Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
Toolfarm makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Mograph.com, an online resource for motion graphic artists. Start your week with the Mograph podcast. Industry news, interviews with your favorite artists, and terrible humor. Watch live shows and interviews from Mograph events like NAB, SIGGRAPH, Half-Res, and local meetups.
This is exactly what I should be doing.
Our Mograph Talks feature live demos and motivation from artists all around the world.
Sometimes you gotta make stuff that you're not gonna put on your reel, and I'm not here to judge.
What if Rick and Morty show up for the countdown at midnight? That's where I peaked in life, in my career.
We gotta stop this thing, Rick! It's gonna kill us all!
Hear from the people that create your software, design your render engines, and artists that are changing the face of modern motion graphics.
You get that render done. Yeah, you better frame what?
Mograph tutorials and online classes will teach you about Cinema 4D, After Effects, as well as other popular software and render engines.
Throw in HDR Studio, take the render settings, pick the HDR, put in a reflection, and gorgeous.
Join the conversation in our live sessions.
Ah, that's so funny! All right, I'm gonna live forever.
Subscribe today and get the latest updates on our YouTube and other social media channels.
Take all your dreams and just do it!
Subscribe to Mograph.com.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, hello family around the world, to another 3D motion show. I'm your host, Matthias Matola, aka Major VFX, here at the Maxon office in Los Angeles, and we have some exciting news today. We're going to be going to Paul Babb, and first I want to start off by saying happy birthday to Maxon and the entire Maxon family, and thank you for everybody for making this wonderful program, and Paul will tell you a little bit more about that and so many other news things happening here in the world of Maxon.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening around the world, and welcome to the 3D Motion Show, the November edition. It's been an exciting year of virtual shows, and I'm so excited to see all the great people out there and the chat lively, ready for some great presentations and some great Q&A. As Matthias mentioned, actually, it's we actually just had a big company meeting. It's the 30th anniversary of Cinema 4D. It's the anniversary when the brothers Christian and Philip introduced cinema to the Maxon company, and Cinema 4D first became a product. So we were doing a little celebration of Cinema 4D. So happy birthday, Cinema 4D! 30 years. It's pretty pretty amazing. I think I've been around for 22 of those, so that's pretty darn exciting. Some great news going on. If you have missed it, we did release a Service Pack 1 for Cinema 4D this week. It's a download. It's a full reinstall or a full fresh install of Cinema 4D. So you do have to go to the site, go to the download section, and install that. Part of that, there's a lot of fixes and speed ups and things like that. Pretty amazing. But one of the bigger parts of that is the Mac download is now a universal build, so it is compatible with the new M1 powered Macintoshes. If you were there for their announcement earlier this week, you should go check it out. Somebody will put that in the chat for us. You can go check out. Cinema was featured quite prominently during the presentation. We are once again the first professional 3D package supporting the latest coming out of Apple. If you've known, we have about a 2-decade history of being the first professional 3D package on anything that they come out with, 64-bit, Mac OS X, support for Intel-based, multiprocessing. Over the years, we've taken advantage of Apple's capabilities pretty much faster than anybody else in the industry. And once again, we're the first to punch with support for the new M1 powered Macs. So that was pretty exciting. If you go check it out, we're kind of throughout there. They were talking about it. It was a very exciting preparation with Apple to get everything ready for the release. Pretty exciting stuff. But yesterday we did announce new Trapcode Suite 14. And Magic Bullet Suite, Trapcode Suite 16 and Magic Bullet Suite 14. And I'm going to let Christine and Moritz kind of show you all the great stuff that's coming from there.
Hey, I'm Christine Goldby. I'm a group product manager here at Maxon, working on the Red Giant product line. We are so excited to tell you about our 2 huge releases that happened yesterday, Magic Bullet Suite 14 and Trapcode Suite 16. I'm going to focus on what's new with Trapcode Particular for the next 10 minutes, and then Moritz Fortman will jump in to go over the new features in the Magic Bullet release. In case any of you are unfamiliar with Trapcode Particular, it's a particle generator for After Effects. It's been around for quite a while now. We are constantly working on how to grow Particular to keep it at the top of its class, both in terms of usability and power for both production and motion graphics work. But as code gets stated, so does what it's capable of doing. So for Suite 16th, we decided it was time for a full refactor. The Trapcode team has overhauled the code, laying the foundation for so many possibilities ahead. So with this first release, we're really excited that we get to introduce some wonderful new features already. And since I don't have a lot of time to show them to you, I think we should jump right in and see the new coolness. Let's start with the new feature, Emit from Parent System. In Trapcode Particular 5, you can now emit particle systems off of any other particle from any other system above it, which now opens up all sorts of creative abilities that just weren't there before. To make this a little easier for you, we've also added in an extra 8 systems, bringing us up to 16 systems that all work within the same 3D space with each other. So let's dive in and see how this works. If I go change my emitter type to an emit from parent system and make their direction a little tighter so that we can make, we're gonna make some fireworks here. So I'm adding some color. I'm actually adding, what I've told it to do is have the emit from parent system match the color from the parent, bring the opacity and the size down a bit as their life goes on. And now we'll add another system, again emitting from that primary system, but we're going to tell it this time, instead of following along as a trail, we're going to tell it to use this at parent end of life as a behavior here. So then as each of these fireworks goes up and dies out, we'll see an explosion at the top. If we then treat that same explosion with the matching the color from the parent, if we also add on another emitter system, but this time have it follow that system 3, add in some opacity over life, some size over life, then we can get these pretty cool fireworks effects without very much effort, because it's able to inherit some of those characteristics from above, like the color and the size and opacity of those particles. And speaking of particles, we've also added in a brand new category called particle physics. In fact, the whole physics engine of this particular 5 has been redone, all of it to try and give a better intuitiveness to how the controls work, so that you're not having to figure out how particular would set something up. You're going to be thinking more in terms of how would this work in the real world. So let's start with particle physics. I've got a particle system here. For these particles, I'm going to go ahead and crank the mass up a little higher, like to 100, and then we're going to add in another system and just leave this one at its default size. So smaller particles, we'll leave it at a smaller mass. The default is 10. And then we're going to go over and see what happens if we just go into our new environment category and add some wind. If you're a Trapcode particular user, this is not the same wind that you're used to. This wind now takes into account the mass and air resistance of those particles. So in this instance, our lighter particles are being blown by the wind, but our heavier ones are not. They're not getting moved as much. You'll also notice we only have one environment block. We've set that wind for this whole system because by taking out the environment block for system 2 underneath it, it's inheriting the properties from that primary system, which is part of what this designer does nicely for you, is shows you where the properties are being inherited from other systems. These new particle physics parameters make a difference for any of the other environment physics, such as gravity or air turbulence. If we crank up our air resistance on the larger particles, you'll notice that they don't fall as fast as the smaller ones that we've left the air resistance low on. They've got more surface area to hold them back up. So I've mentioned a few times in here that there's this whole great new physics engine. Physics in particular so far have always worked on this turbulence field, as we see right here. It would displace the particles, but those particles would always continue on the same path, which would be faster, but it wasn't always very realistic looking. So here's a side-by-side example. The particles on the right here, I'm going to use our original turbulence field over here in the fast physics category to affect their position. And as you see, they're all moving along in those fractal fields, just as particular always has. If we go over to the setup on the left here, we're going to go into the air turbulence controls in our new environment category. And you'll notice when I change this air turbulence effect position, now that particle's path is changed for good once it starts to shift. And it ends up giving you a much more organic path for those particles. This new release isn't just about all the really big features, it's also a lot of little things that we've done throughout the whole in particular to try and make it more intuitive and easier to use. A great example of that is the new velocity over life control. Here we have a text emitter. Right now we're going to have it sit on the text to begin with to make it easier to see that text, and then drift off as it goes. Once they've drifted away from the text, we can do whatever we want to those particles. If we're trying to make this look like it's underwater, let's change those to bubbles. Let's take them away from spheres. We'll actually add a bubble sprite. Then once those bubbles are drifting off, we can either add some air turbulence to it to affect its position and make it look like water. We can take it into our fluid dynamics engine, which we've moved into the new physics simulation group. Fluid dynamics is the one thing that doesn't necessarily play well with everything else. That's what the little warning was that we just saw. But if it's the only simulation we're using, as it is in this case, it works just fine. So as we notice, it's going to drift off in our fluid forces, in our vector forces as we've set them up off the letters. The new physics simulation group is a really fun one. So not only do you have your fluids in there, it's also where we've moved bounce, which we now have the ability to have up to 3 bounce cards, each of which has its own full set of controls. Bounce now works in tandem with air, which has been a huge request for a long time. So you can get your gravity, your wind, your air turbulence, all of the effects we've just seen will work at the same time with bounce. One of the new physical simulations that we have, we've got, besides bounce, meander, fluids, we have this new one called flocking. You'll see that by default they are moving around a fair amount because we've actually have the attract and separate both set pretty high to start with nothing happening, no velocity to these particles to start with, no flocking, they're just going to sit in one place. If I tell them to have a stronger attraction towards each other, they're going to start moving towards the center. Let's focus on this one down here, which is pretty cool. We've got this target position. Right now it defaults into the center. So let's go ahead and turn up this target attraction a bit and tell them that they're interested in seeing that target. That's cool, but how come only these ones on the edges are doing? That's right, because we have this range of views, so we can actually tell it, only look for that target if it's within this many pixels. So in this case, if I increase that to 1,000, then they'll probably all see it. Yeah, they do. And they're gonna go head in and chase after it. That's pretty cool. What if instead we go down to this predator-prey behavior and we say, actually, these blue ones are prey. Right now, they're not too worried. There's not a lot happening, mostly because there is no predator associated here. Let's go back up to our orange ones and say, actually, you're predators. And you're really interested in those prey, actually. Oh, look at that. So now, if they're within the range of view, our predators are going to chase after the prey. As always, Harry Frank has provided us with a whole slew of amazing presets that really show off what all these new physics can do for you and how they can play together, such as using the predator and prey behavior on the text here in TextSlice. It's always a great way of looking through and seeing how to use the new tools and get yourself started. There's so much that's been added to Trapcode Particular 5, and I've only been able to just scratch the surface here. But one thing that's very important to know is we are extra proud to say that this is actually backwards compatible. You'll be able to load any of your setups from previous versions of Particular and have them work here after they migrate. So go and give it a try and get to enjoy creating with particles again. So now let's go over to Moritz and find out what this new release of Magic Bullet has in store for you.
Hi, my name is Moritz Fortman. I'm the product manager for Magic Bullet here at Maxon. I'm excited to give you a quick overview of what's new in Magic Bullet Suite 14. Magic Bullet is a full-blown finishing suite, including color correction, powerful tools to design a look, film emulation, noise reduction, and more. This brand new release is all about color correction. Our flagship tools, Colorista and Magic Bullet looks have gone through major overhauls. Let's jump right in. I'm here in Premiere using the beautiful Colorista panel. No need to apply the effect. As soon as I touch any of the controls, I'm good to go. I love having all my tools here right at my fingertips. And the Colorista panel just fits in seamlessly with my host app. For those familiar with Colorista, you already know the awesome guided color correction, taking you through the fundamental steps of color correction in a fun and intuitive way. Dial in your black levels, white levels, midtones and contrasts. Dial in your saturation. Last but not least, get your color balance right by grabbing onto the scope or use the sliders. At this point, you can refine your look. All the values you just dialed in are live, so you can still tweak them and adjust them and get them perfect. Once you're done dialing in your look, you can add it to the brand new preset browser. Go in and name your look, create a new folder. The preset browser makes it easy to stay on top of your grades. It already comes loaded with a bunch of useful presets, but of course you can add any number of presets to your library. Search presets by name, import presets from other colorists, or some you may have stored or from a different project. And over time, you'll be generating this awesome library of looks that becomes part of your visual language. Generally speaking, presets are the bread and butter of color correction. They're really helpful to make your project more consistent and are a huge time saver. A lot has happened under the hood of Colorista 5. Colorista has always been capable of handling HDR, but as HDR is becoming increasingly important, we've added new capabilities for even more control and better results. Highlight and shadow regions give you more localized control, making it easy to bring back details in the sky, for instance, while Highlight Boost helps you give your SDR image that crisp edge when grading for HDR. As an existing Colorista user, you're already familiar with our HSL tool. Similar to curves, but with fewer clicks, this tool makes it easy to shift the hue, saturation, or luminance of your image. Colorista 5 introduces a new powerful addition, Saturation EQ. Desaturating your shadows to clean up your image, or desaturating your highlights is a common technique used in color correction, often achieved with curves. Saturation EQ provides the power of curves, with just a few mouse clicks adjusting these boombox EQ style sliders. Saturation by saturation allows you to adjust saturation in a more localized way and add more vibrance to areas that need it. Colorista 5 comes with a brand new LUT browser, making it easy to import any number of LUTs and make them part of your everyday workflow. See how easy it is to import new LUTs. This new LUT browser really adds pro LUT capabilities to your NLE, and it's just a lot of fun to use. Additionally, you can now generate your own LUTs with Colorista 5. You can create your own looks from scratch or combine a LUT with your own grade and export that as a LUT. This is perfect if you want to modify a LUT or export your color correction as a LUT to load it on a different system or share with someone, or load it into a camera or display for pre-visualization on set. Here's the new LUT we just generated, and again we can apply it and modify it to make it more suitable for this shot. Looks and Colorista now share the same LUT location, so as soon as you generate a new LUT, it becomes available in Looks. Let's check out what's new in Looks 5. I'm here in Resolve, and I've done my base grade, and now I want to design a look that supports the story and captures the right mood. Looks 5 ships with over 300 Looks presets, making it easy to explore and experiment with creative options for your project. We've introduced a brand new search tool to navigate through our ever-growing library of looks. We carefully indexed each look to make your discovery more intuitive. Type in moods or other descriptive terms to narrow down your selection, and find that perfect look or starting point to develop your own look. There's no faster way to offer your client a bunch of options and narrow down the look that's needed for a shot or show. Existing users will notice the overall modernized UI. We've organized our tools in more descriptive categories, making it easy to find the right tool. Our tool chain is now flexible and tools can be added in any desired order. Looks 5 now ships with color handling, a straightforward yet powerful way to manage your colors. Choose from a variety of input color transforms, making sure your footage is interpreted correctly, and choose any of these output transforms to make sure Looks integrates perfectly with your color workflow. The Colorista tool in Looks also received some of the cool new additions we've seen in the Colorista plugin, such as the new contrast slider and the saturation EQ control. The LUT tool now offers this beautiful browsing and previewing experience, bringing a pro LUT workflow to Looks and your NLE. I love how I can import my entire LUT library and have them right here where I need them and get creative. And now let's talk about the 3 brand new tools, Unity, Channel Mixer, and Color Remap. Unity makes it easy to simplify your color palette in just a few clicks. Select any color as your target color and expand or reduce the range of colors you want to unify. See how the sign boxes now are unified to match the target blue? And of course, I can apply as many instances of Unity as I need. In this case, I pick red as my target color to unify the other more pinkish and purpley looking colors. Disable the tool chip to see before and after. Check out how the tool chip takes on the target color, helping you to stay on top of which colors are being unified. Channel Mixer is fantastic to stylize your image in simple yet powerful ways. The gradients are super helpful to determine what's happening in each color channel, and it's just a lot of fun to experiment with Channel Mixer. Channel Mixer is also great to create compelling monochrome images, to see how much control you have adjusting the red, green, and blue channel. Color Remap is a one-of-a-kind tool. Never has it been so easy to map one color to another. Let's add a new color pair, select this red, and change it to a different color. Check out the cube and see just how much we're bending the color. You can imagine it as putting a pin in a 3D rubber sheet and pinning it to a different color. Let's add another color pair and select the cyany blue here on the side and manually change it to a different color. Pretty easy, right? Let's pick another color. You can see how by default it maps a color to the same color until you change it. Let's take a reference image, pretty abstract one, and pick a different color as our to color. This is really powerful. These reference images could be color palettes, could be a reference color for a product shot. Color Remap can be used for technical tasks such as using a color checker, reverse engineering filters and LUTs, or get an accurate color profile of a film stock. The possibilities of Color Remap are endless, and I'm excited to see how filmmakers, editors, and colorists will be using it in the field. Last but not least, I'm happy to announce that Magic Bullet Looks is now compatible with the control surfaces by tangent, such as the element, wave, or ripple. You can now use tools like the Colorista tool, 4-way color, Color Remap, and other color tools within Looks with these awesome panels. I'm not able to show this here, but I'm currently using a Wave 2, and it's just so much fun. That was the quick tour. I hope you enjoyed it. For a more in-depth look, make sure to check out the brand new tutorials by Stu Maschwitz. Thanks a lot for watching, and looking forward to talk more in the Q&A.
Welcome back, family, to the show. I am here with Mort and Christine. Thank you so much for those updates, guys. Red Giant team, so happy to have you guys on the show. First time on the show. Welcome.
Yes, it is. Woo-hoo,
Happy
thanks.
to be here. Thank you.
So a lot of cool things discussed. The questions, they were off topic for a little bit, but we went on topic, and a bunch of, everybody was asking about, other things, but we got a bunch of questions on Trapcode as well as just Red Giant tools overall. So I want to start off with the big one, and that is, will Trapcode particular be directly added into Cinema 4D one day, and what will that look like?
It's a good, fair question. We have a whole bunch of planning in place, and a big part of this release was the fact that we did have to refactor the whole thing, and part of why we had to do that was thinking about what we may be able to do in the future, and it just was required. So it's a wonderful merger between us, and I think there's a lot of possibilities. I can't give any dates or exact times, but it's definitely being thought about, put it that way.
See, guys, we do care. We do.
Of course we care.
We're not just like, oh, that's random. No, it's in the pipeline. It's just it takes work to do this. This is very nerdy things, guys.
It takes a lot of refactoring to make things work in where you want them to go. Mm-hmm.
So I think this one's for you, Mort, and that is Colorista GPU multi-GPU supported?
I believe it is. Christine, do you know multi-GPU?
Multi-GPU, I'm not sure about that. Like, if you've got them chained up together, I'm not entirely sure whether that's true or not. Definitely GPU supported, GPU accelerated. I don't know whether it's specifically set up for multi.
Have you guys ran into any customers running into when you're using a high-end GPU that they're really needing multiples, or is it super fast anyway by the time you're using a solid graphics card?
It's pretty fast with the solid graphics card from what we found. There are places that will be chaining up their GPUs and trying to make things faster. I would say, if anything, well, Mort, you may know, for coloring work, I don't think it usually is required. I think it usually leans more towards the Trapcode side, that they like to try and get more rendering power in there. Because sense. Magic Bullet's pretty well accelerated as it is.
Right, yeah, usually users find, I think, that Colorista is very lightweight, so it's really fast in real time, and looks obviously works a little different, but same thing here. So they can pile on a bunch of effects and close the designer and work in real time.
Yeah,
that's been
cool. Yeah, so if someone messaged me, if you're working with a scene that heavy that you need multi-GPU for color correction.
Color work.
Yeah,
I would be surprised too.
I want to see that scene. It's going to happen, though.
Never going to say never. exactly.
Never gonna say never, but we'll see. I need 4 GPUs to render this. Anybody got some 3090s? All right, let's see. Does Colorista work with, here's the big question, ACES? It was gonna happen. So does Colorista support and work with ACES?
I mean, it's not quite a yes and no answer, but ACES has definitely been a consideration in this release. So if, the new renderer in Colorista is very much modeled after ACES, because we love ACES and we love what the ACES color management does. In Colorista, you don't really have to deal with color management. So usually your host app takes care of that. So if you use Color.io or you work in, then you'll find you manage it from that point of view, and you'll be able to fit in Colorista nicely. And then on the look side, I know that wasn't the question, but that's actually where we added a certain level of color management. We call it color handling because it's not full-blown color management, but it allows you to set the input and then output transform. And there we actually have a couple of ACES transcodes. It's not the full-blown color management ACES, but so we're working towards it.
It's in development. It's one of those things that's in development. We are hearing your cries, internet, and the cries are ACES. ACES. All right, let's see here. Carrying on. So somebody wants to know, they're learning X particles. What's up with Trapcode? Am I wasting my time with X particles? I guess they're trying to understand where do they fit in the ecosystem.
Well, I guess as the product manager for Trapcode, yeah, you're wasting time. No, that's everything has its place, but the truth that there are definitely limitations to what Particular does compared to something like X Particles. X Particles is in the full 3D simulator side. Particular is moving more and more in that direction. One of the things that's a real benefit to Particular is the speed that you can create things and you can play with it, especially with our new designer. It gives you a lot more freedom for that. So I don't think they have to be one or the other. I think that they both have their places that they work well in production. And I certainly know many of our customers that will design something first in Particular before they go over to something like X Particles, where it may take longer to set something up. There's definitely use cases for both. I mean, I have access to both and work with them on a project earlier this year, just because of the new fluid sim stuff inside of Particular. I was able to get away with that, and I was like, oh yeah, this is the effect that I'm just layering on. It's super quick, it's already ready to go. So it's a case-by-case basis. And the nice thing is, whatever you're learning in X Particles and learning about particles and particle systems, you can translate a lot of that knowledge over into Particular. But you should know Particular. You should, and we're adding more and more of those simulations into Particular so that it becomes more powerful as it goes along. Again, part of that.
And they look so good. They look so good too.
We think so too.
All right. Someone wants to know, what's the oldest version of After Effects that this version of Trapcode will work with?
CC 2017. Easy answer.
Goes back a little bit.
A little bit. We try to give a little bit of ramp so that people don't have to change their systems over as fast as too fast. Hopefully.
So somebody is wondering about any thoughts about including curl noise into Particular.
Yeah, it's a good question, and we are actually that was one of the things that we've just been looking at recently, is adding some different noise options into Particular, and actually across a number of our tools at Red Giant, like within Universe, and it is on our radar. We'll put it that way.
Very cool. Somebody is wondering, Trapcode form and syncing FBX animation. If the scene size is not in the right range, are you guys aware of this, and has that been fixed? Not exactly sure how that works, but yeah, do you know anything about that? FBX animations and form?
They're not directly supported in form. You have to do an OBJ sequence or a Cinema 4D image, or not even an image sequence. With the last release, we've been able to do animations from Cinema 4D, but they do have to be exported a specific way. We've got pages on our user guide that tell you the best way to output if you want that. FBX is not directly importable right now. So if there's something, I would say first try going through the path of running it through Cinema 4D with the instructions that we have for that. And if that's still not working, then definitely reach out to support and let us know.
Awesome. And where would they find that? Is that
the user guide for particular
form?
For form, sorry. Okay, it is in there too, but because I happen to have just updated the user guide for particular, so I know the page, it'll be the same information for form as it is for particular, that there's some, and actually I know that it's in there for form too. There's instructions in the user guide for form as well online.
Cool. So check the user guide for that, folks, or if you run into far too much trouble and you follow through that, then give our support a call. But make sure to try it first. Don't just call support. Yeah, like look at the instructions. Read the instructions. I know it's crazy. Sometimes they work. All right. Let's see. Updates of Magic Bullet looks be available for cinema as well inside C4D.
So you cut out there from me.
Yeah, no problem. The question was, will the new updates of Magic Bullet looks, will they be available for Cinema 4D in the picture viewer?
Yeah. Well, yes, they're coming. They're coming. Not quite.
On its way.
On its way.
We just announced yesterday, guys. Give us just a little bit more time to actually push it through the web, and then you can get it then. But yeah, it was just announced. So, but it's good to know that they are in the pipeline. It's in the pipeline. All right. Well, I think that's all the rest of the questions. I think. Oh wait, no. Let's see. Well, I guess this is a little bit more of a technical one on the M1 chip, and will Red Giant Redshift work well with the new Mac M1? So I know we've talked about Cinema on it, but how about the Red Giant tools? How'll that look?
It is in progress. It's not been released yet, but it will be soon. It is in the works.
So we're working on it. It's close. It's close.
Yeah.
I mean, but I think those are shipping. They just started shipping Thursday.
Yeah.
So you got a little bit of time.
Truthfully, we were looking at it. We just really wanted to give it more testing. It didn't feel solid enough for us to put it out with this release that we just did yesterday as well. It will be soon.
Okay. Awesome. Let's see. Yeah, I think. I mean, this is a general question. I think you already covered it with the first one, but in general, just to let our audience know, what are Red Giant's plans for integration into the C4D workflow? Is there anything that can be shared? Know that we're working on it, or kind of painting a picture for the audience, or do we cover it and we should go to commercial?
Well, I mean, we covered it, but it's a good. I think it's a good first step to see that Magic Bullet Looks was added to Cinema 4D recently, right? We've taken a first step. There, I think, are so many great places that we have where our tools are gonna be able to mesh really nicely, and give us some time. We're all working.
Yeah, it is a big process, and like for a lot of people, I know they're looking to integrate all this stuff. But in the meantime, learn the tools. Ask for integration. I know a lot of people forget like half the tools that are in there, because I do. I mean, like just in the Red Giant family, there's a ton of stuff, the color correction stuff, the VFX suite. There's so much stuff out there. So if you haven't started working with it, grab Maxon One if you're not on Maxon One already. If you're on your subscription, get it so you can actually start working with it. So then when it is integrated, you can just flow with your workflow. So that's
good answer.
Yeah, that's the thing. I get lost in it myself. I'm like, okay, I forgot. There's already a tool for that. It's already built, instead of me, pounding my head. So, Moritz, Christine, thank you guys so much. We would love to have you back on the show. I know there'll be more and more questions. So hopefully in our next show, we'll definitely, we'll try and get more and more of the Red Giant team, because we're seeing more of those questions. So, well, thank you guys so much for participating in your first show with us. So thank you. And we will see you guys right after the break with our first presenter. You guys have seen them for Blindsight. And I showed that and previewed it on the last show. So you'll see them coming up right after the break. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I said you
you. Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea, the desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. The freedom to create for all.
What up? Winbush here, and today I'm excited to tell you guys about my brand new course, Creating the Unreal, a motion graphics guide to Unreal Engine. I'm going to show you guys how you can integrate Cinema 4D so you'll be crazy comfortable in no time. So we're going to start by exploring the marketplace, and then from there I'm going to show you guys how to set up a scene. We're going to get familiar with the content browser, the viewports, how to set up the sequencer for the timeline, and then from there we're going to get into lighting, texturing, rendering. I'm going to show you how you can integrate Quixel Bridge with Unreal so you have access to that full library of surfaces and 3D models and everything else that they have on there. And so if this sparks your interest even a little bit, then this course is just for you. So go to mograph.com, click on classes to sign up, and I'll catch you on the flip side. Let's create the Unreal together.
Toolfarm makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Welcome back to the show, family. I'm your host, Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX, here at Maxon in Los Angeles. We have amazing presentations lined up for you. Last show, I showed you a short film, Blindsight, and it was amazing, high-quality space sci-fi show, and it was all done and rendered with Redshift. And we have our very special guests, Daniil and Dimitri, giving you the breakdowns.
Hello and welcome to the Blindsight short behind-the-scenes presentation. Today we have a bit of unusual format because it will be split between myself, Daniil Krivoruchka, and my good friend and collaborator Dmitry Kulikov. After the short speaker's introduction, I will give you some background on how the whole project was started and what a journey it was to work on it for 4 years. And then I'll show you how we approached the character creation process and how Redshift was used for the lighting and shading. After that, Dmitry will take a stage and show you how he used Redshift proxies in his hybrid Cinema 4D plus Houdini approach on this project. Let's start. As I said, my name is Daniil Krivoruchko and I'm a freelance creative director, visual effects artist and designer. Originally from Ukraine, around 8 years ago I moved to New York and got a full-time position as VFX artist at Charlex Studio. Around 3 years ago, I quit my full-time job and been 100% freelancer since then. During these years, I had a pleasure to work with major US studios, including Psyop, Bug, Method, Imaginary Forces, Framestore, and internal motion design team at Apple. But as usual with any visual artist, it's better to see things I do rather than talk about them. Here's my demo reel. Okay, I hope you liked it. Now we switch into a good friend of mine, Dmitry Kulikov, and his introduction. Dmitry?
Hi everyone, my name is Dmitry Kulikov. I'm a freelance designer and CG artist based in St. Petersburg, Russia. I've been working in the industry for about 8 years, doing motion graphics and VFX, primarily in the advertisement industry. Most of my career, I've been a cinema for the user, and to this day, it's one of the core packages that I use daily. About 2 years ago, I started learning Houdini, and since then I've been using it more and more in my work. 4 years ago, I've had an opportunity to take part in production of Blindsight project under the lead of Daniil Krivoruchko, and I'm really feeling honored to be mentioned alongside the amazing team that created this project. And today, I'm just excited to share some of the process of creating several shots from the film. I hope you like it, and thanks for watching.
It didn't start out here. Not with the Scramblers or Rorschach. Not with Big Ben or Theseus or the vampires. Most people would say it started with the Fireflies, but they'd be wrong. It ended with all those things.
Reactor offline. Backups engaged. Now offline. Starboard efforts offline. I have begun a controlled reactor shutdown. The main drive will be offline for at least 27 minutes.
Says Rorschach grows them in stacks.
The ship grows its own crew.
If it's a ship. If they're crew.
There's something in front of you, Keaton, directly between you and the grunt. Can't you see it?
No, my HUD's down.
How can you not see it? It's right there.
Don't see anything. What's it doing?
Just floating there, kind of waving off shit, Keaton.
Excited?
Fucking right. Fieldwork, Keaton, first contact.
What if there's nobody there?
Oh, right. We get it now. You don't think there's anyone here, do you? Your mistake, Theseus.
Go in. What we know weighs against further delay.
Sir, we don't even know if there's anyone there.
There is. They expect us.
The Fireflies. We found something. A radio signal from the Kuiper. We traced the bearing.
Who are they talking to?
We don't know.
Friendly? Hostile?
Son, we don't know. All we have is the location.
So you're sending a team? You're sending me?
Comsats annihilated.
Thousands dead.
Who sent them? Should have seen them coming.
Why didn't we?
They were stealthed.
But where are they? Are they coming back? Sometimes it seems as though my whole life's been a struggle to reconnect, to regain whatever got lost when my parents killed their only child. Out in the Ort, I finally won that struggle. Thanks to a vampire and a boatload of freaks and an invading alien horde, I'm human again. Maybe the last human. By the time I get home, I could be the only sentient being in the universe, if I'm even that much. Because I don't know if there is such a thing as a reliable narrator. You'll just have to imagine you're Syracuse.
Around 6 years ago, I read the sci-fi novel Blindsight, and I was stunned by the number of wild ideas Peter Watts packed into the story. I wanted to make my own contribution to this fascinating universe. So I reached out to some of my friends, including Dmitry, who work in the visual effects and motion design industries, and I pitched the idea of creating just a few style frames for the gallery on Peter's website. That's how all this started. As time went on, the project evolved from a few still frames to animation and ultimately to a short film. What was most important to me is to capture the atmosphere of the novel rather than show the narrative arc. Making 3D is not fast, and when your budget is limited to zero, you are forced to do it in between of paid work, meaning nights and weekends. That's why the project took almost 4 years to complete between 2016 and 2020. And I'm so grateful to the near 30 professionals who came on board to help me solve the problems that arose in spots where my expertise proved to be insufficient. Most of the shots were rendered using Redshift. And I'd like to take a moment here to appreciate how far GPU rendering technology went in recent years. You basically can work on feature film level shots out of your bedroom. The things which used to need a render farm to be made now are made on your home workstation. Precisely 20 out of 24 shots here were rendered on my workstation, which had just one 1080 Ti GPU at the beginning of the project, and I've upgraded it to two 2080 Ti's in the middle of the production period. But that's it. You would need a decent workstation, a Redshift license, and lots of spare time, of course. Without further ado, let's start with the Redshift demo part. First of all, let me give an overall overview how we approach character creation and design at this project, and then I'll dive deeper into how we used Redshift for lighting and shading of this character. So, as usual with character design, we used a collaborative approach because a character creation is one of the most complex tasks you could do in 3D design and animation, and you need more than one person who specializes in this field to make this character look believable and alive. We worked with concept artist Ivan Homenko, who created this concept for us, and then based on this, Sasha Vinogradova used DAZ 3D to create overall proportions and rig for the character. Then she exported it to Cinema 4D, where she did the character animation. And after that, the export of this animation was used in Marvel's Designer to create the garment and simulation of the clothes, specifically the suit he wears and the gloves on his hands. But because it was a DAZ 3D model, the character didn't have almost any personality. So I asked my colleague Alex Malets to take this model and create some facial features based on the description from the novel, to give the character some distinctive look. He used the same topology that came from DAZ 3D, but added a lot of facial details to the head. So here is a character and this rough volume of the hair. And then I use this geo and the textures as a starting point for shading in Redshift. Here is a couple of initial tests I had, and then I added hair and groomed it with built-in tools from Houdini. I used Redshift for skin shading and hair shading, and here is a light test for different light scenarios we have in a short. Here is how the model of the character looks like with some test lighting, and I ended up using this picture for a teaser for the short. Here's how the character looks like in one of the shots, and it's just a beauty pass, so there is no compositing, it's just a beauty pass that came right out of Redshift. Let's take a look at how the scene was organized. Here I simplified the scene to remove all unnecessary clutter because we are going to focus on the character himself. We have our character and very basic lighting scenario, just one big area light for the backlight situation and one additional HDR light. The character itself consists of three main parts. It's, like I said, the hair groomed with built-in Houdini tools, which in turn has three parts: main hair volume, some additional longer hair, and a short one for the back and the sides of his head. And then we have his head with all the facial feature details, very dense geometry, and two pieces of clothes, his suit, which came out of Marvel's, and the gloves. So let's take a look at how the head was created. As I said, we had very generic model from DAS, very lightweight but not enough personality of it, and I used this as a guide to animate much denser geometry which came from Alex. So these two things combined give me enough details. We don't have much of the facial animation here because in the shot the character was mostly seen from his back, so we didn't bother by adding some mimic movement to his face. For this character we had textures that came right out of DAS 3D and were pretty decent. We got diffuse, specular, and SSS maps. Alex was able to reproject them on the new geo, so even if there was additional geometry to the character, we still were able to reuse the same UVs and texture maps from the original DAS 3D character. But the skin of the character had a very clean look, and it wasn't the one I wanted for the shot. So I used this diffuse map as a base and added a lot of skin details and imperfections. And because at some point in one of the shots the character was dead, I added all these veins and blood vessels and other skin imperfections and also made his skin look paler. I'll show you a bit later how both diffuse maps were used. And on top of that, Alex created this displacement map. He baked in some geometry details into the geo itself, but all the super tiny details like these wrinkles and even pores were too small to be presented in the geometry. So he baked it as a separate displacement map to get back to all these details on the render time. Let's take a look at how all these maps were used in Redshift shader. So let me start render view, and here is the shader I used for the skin. Like I said, it was default Redshift material because specialized Redshift skin material didn't give me the result I wanted to achieve. So I switched back to default RS material. Here you can see I used two different diffuse maps shown before. This is the one with clean looking skin that came from DAS 3D, and the other one is the damaged skin with all wrinkles and pores and veins. I mixed both of them. I have this color mixer node with both maps plugged in, and I can easily switch back and forth to get enough of these details for each shot. Then the character was supposed to be alive, it was closer to the clean skin, and for the dead character I switched to almost completely the first texture. Then on top of that I had some color gradient to make it look pale, because that's how he was described in the book. That specular roughness map was completely untouched. I used the map created in DAS 3D without changing it. For the subsurface scattering I used a diffuse map, but with some additional color gradient and color correction. Because a subskin layer has more blood and meat, obviously it has to be darker and reddish, and then I plugged it in as a color for the subsurface layer over here. The SSS map was pretty straightforward. The only thing is that it wasn't the final asset we used in production. So here you can see his eyebrows being a part of the texture. We painted it out later, so it had just clear skin here, and we replaced the texture with the actual system of hairs to simulate eyebrows. But for now, yeah, it's just a part of the texture, and I did a basic color gradient to make it more contrasty. The last but not least texture is the displacement map. When you combine all these together, you get this good-looking skin. The other parameters were pretty straightforward, and as a general rule, there is not much of the quote-unquote correct values. You just change the parameters until you are happy with how the skin looks. And these are the values I ended up using. For diffuse it was 0.8, and for the roughness of the specular reflection is 0.25. You can make it even less shiny, so it's all depend on the look you try to achieve. This is a more matte look of the skin, and with a value closer to 0, you got more oily and shiny and almost wet looking skin. But it all depends on how it should look like in the shot. For this particular one, 0.25 was good enough. I have this subsurface layer plugged in that was generated out of the diffuse map, and everything else in the shader was left on default properties. The next thing I'd like to talk about is character's hair. I use Redshift hair shader, but with some tweaks. Because the character is in his mid-50s, I want to add some gray hair, and to achieve that, I had two color ramps, one just for natural color and the other one for gray hair. And for control and mixing of these two ramps, I had a special attribute generated in Houdini. It tells Redshift what hair should be gray and what hair should be brown. And then I use color layer node to mix these two color ramps together. After some color correction, like a minor one for translucency and diffuse, I plugged it into hair shader. And here are the parameters I used to achieve the look I was aiming for. Here is the final look of the hair. Now let's talk about garment and cloth shading. We had two pieces of clothes for this character, two separate objects. One was a suit and the other one is gloves. So for now I'll switch off the hair and the hat and will focus just on the garment itself and the shading in the redshift for this type of material. Well, here is a material network I used to shade his suit, and again, the first and probably most important part is getting good looking textures. For this character I used two sets of textures, one for the suit and the other one for gloves. The textures are pretty self-explanatory. It's a diffuse map, specular, and displacement. All three came from Sasha Vinogradova, from her work on the clothes material in Substance Painter. I added a couple more textures, which I use for tiny imperfections of the clothes. For the gloves, again, just diffuse, roughness, displacement, very detailed one. If you take a look, it has a lot of tiny details baked in. And one additional mask map for each particular material used for the glove. I'll get back to this a bit later. So this is how the final material looked like, and this is the shader I created for the gloves, and another one for the suit. Let's talk about the suit first. I probably should switch off the gloves for now, just to speed up everything a bit more. The shader is pretty straightforward. I take all the maps created by a character artist and use some redshift procedural maps that enhance it to look even better. Let's take a look on how the maps were used. I started with the diffuse map, and because it was a cloth, I created an additional version of this diffuse map, brighter and with higher levels. Then I used Fresnel map that looked like that to mix these diffuse maps together. So after the mixing, you may see it gets these brighter edges in diffuse. That's exactly how the real cloth behaves because of tiny imperfections being visible at this angle. And then on top of that, I used procedural curvature node to change how the wrinkles should look like. I made it to look a bit more worn. As you can see, everywhere in the clothes where the wrinkles are, it's a bit brighter to show that the clothes have been worn off for some time. For the reflection color, because our story takes place in near future, I decided to make a bit unusual look. I used Fresnel and then it drove a color ramp to get these oily colored reflections. And then I mixed it with a white color to make it a bit brighter. So that was a procedural map I used for the specular. For the roughness, again, I started with just a texture that was created in Substance Painter, but to add even more imperfections to it, I used a couple of maps to create these additional little dots everywhere. I mixed both maps together with the original one to get this used look to it for the suit and some multiplication and scaling on top. Here's a map I ended up using for the specular. And for the displacement texture, I started with just a map generated in Substance Painter, but I had only bigger scale wrinkles, and I wanted to add a bit more details to it. So I used color graded diffuse map, removed color, added some additional contrast to it, and then combined both layers. After that, I had a large scale details and also some tiny details too. And that was a map used for the displacement. The original geometry wasn't super highly detailed, otherwise the simulation would take forever. As you may see, it is just pretty low res with just enough details for seem to look real, but not too much of them. To get the displacement work correctly on this object and for the gloves too, I used redshift tessellation, which subdivided the geometry on the render time. Geometry was pretty lightweight in the scene, but on the render time it got a lot of subdivisions and became much heavier, and then the displacement was applied to it, making all these tiny details look good. Let me show how it looks like this time in a full resolution. Of course, we never get on that close up in a shot, but still you see all these tiny details and imperfections in the specular map and additional gradients for the edges. That looks nice to me. And now let's speak about the garment used for the gloves. It basically was the same approach as it was for the suit. Again, as you may see, the original geo was pretty lightweight and not super detailed, but it had this redshift isolation switched on, and on the render time all additional details were added by the displacement. The gloves look like that, and the shader is pretty similar to what we have for the main suit. The diffuse map again, color correction, Fresnel. As you may see, it adds a lot of these micro details to the clothes. So when we combine both of these maps, it helps to show these tiny details on the geometry. Let's compare how it looks, just the diffuse map and then the enhanced with the Fresnel. This specular map was pretty straightforward. I just used whatever was generated in the Substance Painter. The mask map was used to control some specific areas of the material I wanted to adjust. I ended up having two different materials, one main look and the other brighter look of the whole material, and using this mask I combined both of them in one, making the parts I wanted a bit brighter. So it was made by using blend material. And again, the displacement map was used without any changes because it gave me good results out of the box. So that's how we approach the shading for the character. Let's take a look at the final results. This is all shaders working together, the garment, skin shader, and the hair with the test lighting. It's much brighter than it was in the short, but I used this brighter version to test how everything worked. This is much closer to this dark backlight moody scenario we had in this short. The same with the garment, close up on the gloves and how they worked in the spotlight scenario. And the full body again as a test and final version. It was pretty amazing that full HD character rendering on my workstation took under 1 minute. My workstation has two NVIDIA 2080 Ti's, which is previous generation compared to what we have on the market now. Even on a machine like that, I was able to get the character to render in under 1 minute, which is pretty amazing to me. And that's it for my part. Switching back to Dmitry.
Hi, Dmitry here, and I'm gonna talk you through the process of creating the undocking shot for Blindsight project. I participated in rendering Theseus in most of the shots where it appears in the short. When I started working on it, we've had about a quarter of the ship ready, this part here. And even then it was pretty heavy, so I had to bounce around render engines to figure out which one would suit the task. Eventually I've settled on Redshift. It handled lots of geometry and textures, even on modest GPUs that I've had at the time. It was well integrated into Cinema 4D, my package of choice at the time. It was actually the year when it was introduced into cinema. I believe it was 2016 or 2017. So first, we've made a few sketches with it. You can see those on the screen. Two of them on the bottom have made it into the final film. After finishing those sketches and finishing actually those two shots, Theseus was still like a quarter of the model ready. All of this stuff was just a kit bash. After like a year or a year and a half, the model was finished by several modelers, and I began to shade and texture the whole ship. And eventually the undocking shot came about. Let's see the shot once more.
Reactor offline. Backups engaged. Now offline. Starboard efforts offline.
Okay, so here's the shot. I'm just gonna quickly reiterate the kinds of problems that we faced on this shot. First major problem was asset exchange, because the ship itself was in Cinema 4D where I was working with it. The characters, background and foreground was mostly done in Houdini by Daniil. Lighting obviously had to be consistent because characters were interacting with the ship. There are also interaction effects lighting the ship from the characters' actions. And there's a shuttle on foreground which lights Theseus and also has shadowing from Theseus itself. Theseus model was really heavy assembled together in the final form that it was. It was around 40 to 50 million polygons overall, which was unsubdivided, and on render time, subdivisions would bump up the poly count To solve all those problems, I have considered a few options, such as exporting alembics and rebuilding shaders inside of Houdini. And all of those options were pretty bad, because I was a novice Houdini user, and it would take a lot of time, and probably I wouldn't do it as good as I would in Cinema 4D. One option that I've considered was to use Ares proxy system to transfer ship from Cinema to Houdini. So I went and tried this approach and did a little bit of testing, and finally it actually worked with just a few quirks. It turned out to be a great solution for this particular problem. Here's the first screenshot that I made when this approach actually came to fruition. Now let's just jump into Cinema and see what's going on and how the workflow actually works. So here's the final tedious scene. So let's just pick one part of the ship to simplify the process. I'll take this shuttle base part. I'm gonna hide the whole ship and unhide the shuttle base part. Let's just go to frame 0 and render it as is. I'm gonna use a different lighting setup to the one that was used in the film. Just a simple HDRI. The final lighting is a bit too dramatic. It's pretty dark, it's hard to see what's going on. So let's just go to Redshift render view, clear previous render that I had, and render. Now it's gonna take some time to prepare. There's a lot of meshes. Some of them need to be subdivided on render time. Yeah, so it's rendering. Let's render with buckets so that we have a clean preview. Yeah, so it finished rendering. Let's just save a snapshot by pressing this button, hide our snapshot tray, and stop the render. So what we want to do is to export this part as a Redshift proxy. I did not export the whole ship completely because the file was too heavy, and if I would have made any changes to shaders or materials, it would have been pretty time consuming and hard to download this huge file. So I settled on breaking down the ship into 11 parts and exporting each one of them. So let's just pick our shuttle base part, go to File, Export, Redshift proxy. I'm not completely sure which settings are default. I believe by default you have all objects selected, so we need to select selected objects here. We will export lights because we have lights in the scene. You will see them later. We'll leave this off, leave this on, and everything else will stay as it is. Press OK. Choose location to save. Let's just name it appropriately. Now it's gonna take some time extracting geometry and doing its magic. Okay, it finished with some, actually quite a lot of warnings and errors, but it's fine. It's just some geometry being messed up. Okay, so we can see a bounding box if we exit the camera and move around. You can see a bounding box appeared. So here's our proxy. So if you move this object, you can see bounding box moves as well. Let's go back into the camera. Now we can just hide our shuttle base original. Go to render view again and hit render. Now I'm not gonna speed up this part because when you export proxies, it actually speeds up the process of preparing for rendering, which is really nice, because previously it took like 20 to 30 seconds, I think, to prepare for rendering. Now it takes like 5 to 8 seconds at most. Okay, it finished rendering. Let's just save a snapshot again, compare those two. You can see they're pretty much identical, which is nice. Let's just stop the render. And now we're gonna go into Houdini to import our proxy. So here's the scene. It's a simplified version of the final scene that we used just to clear the clutter and not have too many objects. Those are basically null objects and they're animated. There's just simple rotation, no fancy stuff, and it's parenting all those parts under itself. So if we turn on display on those, it's going to take a little bit of time to generate preview. You can see the preview, and it might look strange, but it's one of the ways to see what's actually inside of your proxy. We'll get to it in a minute. Let's just hide those and import our file. We can create Redshift proxy inside of Houdini by going into this menu, Redshift, and pressing Add Proxy Object, or we can go to Redshift Shelf Tools and find proxy here. Let's just use this one. So it created an object. We need to specify the actual object file here, which we're gonna use. I'm gonna navigate to my C4D folder, which I've used to save the REST proxy file when exporting. Here it is. So let's just pick this one and accept. If we move around and press F to home, yeah, you can see here's a bounding box. There's no way for us to see actually the alignment and the proportions of the object. For this, we have display mode. You can pick mesh or points. We're going to use points, and it's just going to take all the points of the geometry and show them in the viewport. You can reduce the percentage, which we're going to do. And then we're going to go into our camera and see that there's nothing. That's because we did not position our object properly. We're just going to parent this object to our original mesh, and we still see nothing. Why is that? So let's just troubleshoot what's going on. Let's turn on display for our original shuttle base. You can see it's properly aligned in the viewport. Let's exit the camera just by choosing the camera tool and trying to navigate. Press F to frame our object. If we turn around, we will see exactly the same object, but in different place, and is really huge. That is because Cinema 4D and Houdini have different measuring units. Cinema is in centimeters by default, and Houdini is in meters. So if we just take this proxy and scale it down by 100, it's gonna snap and perfectly match our original mesh. Just to keep our workflow clean, we're not gonna scale it down. We're gonna actually hide it for now and jump back into Cinema. Okay, let's minimize our Redshift render view, delete this proxy, and unhide our shuttle base back again. Now let's select it. Once again, go to File, Export, Redshift Proxy. Select scale, type in 100, but in my opinion it's easier just to change the units. So let's just get it back to 1 and choose meters. Okay, and let's just overwrite it. Okay, so it finished export. Okay, back in Houdini, go to our Redshift proxy, and to be safe, let's just select our proxy once again and turn on visibility. As you can see, now it's sitting where it should be. Let's go to camera and try to render this frame to compare to the one that we had in Cinema. Now let's actually rename our proxy, copy this one, paste, and add new in front of it. Now we will go into Out context, right click, render, Redshift. Choose our camera that we have in the scene, go to Main tab, override camera resolution, user specified resolution. Okay, let's go back into our render view, go to Houdini, select ROP, and here's our ROP name. So basically it looks almost identical. Bring up our Cinema back again. So as you can see, It practically looks the same. I have some differences in animation. I believe I have final animation in Houdini and not really final animation in Cinema, hence the rotation difference in here. But basically it's the same render, which is great. You can render this asset in Houdini and use it however you like. So one more thing that I want to mention is the usage of AOVs while working with proxies. Let's pick this hatch, press Shift-C, type in scroll to, and double click on it, set it to visible always. Just scroll up and hide our shuttle base. You can see those decals all over it. If we find its material, see inside of it, you'll see it's basically just two materials blended by alpha from our decal texture. So we have this texture which has an alpha channel. We pipe it through color splitter and select our alpha channel, pipe it into material blender for our very simple material for those decals, and blend it over our original metal material of the hatch. So then we just pipe it through this node, rs store color to AOV. If we see these settings for it, we will see the AOV name. To see anything in this list, we can either create a new AOV, or we can go to our render settings, AOV tab, select AOV type custom. Here we specify the name. Let's just delete our decals AOV here, delete it. And as you can see, our material loses its track of the AOV, which is fine. We have to go back to our AOV manager, go to our custom AOV and name it decals. Now it's working. So let's just close all this, go to render view and render. Now when we render, if we go to our multipass and select decals, you can see that we have a mask for all the decals, which is nice. So to use this feature inside of Houdini while exporting and importing proxies, you have to make sure that in your render settings and your active render settings, you have your custom AOV already set up. This way, it's going to pick it up and save it inside of proxy file. If you don't have it, it's not going to work. So make sure you have it already created. Let's go to Houdini and let's find our AOVs under output, AOV, and just give us some room here. Let's create an AOV, select its type, which is gonna be custom, name it decals, capital D, because it's case sensitive, and that's pretty much it. It's gonna pick up our info inside RS proxy and it's gonna instantly work when we render. Let's check it out. Alright, now it's rendering. Let's just go into our multipass, select decals, and see that it's working perfectly. Obviously, you can create as many custom AOVs as you want for every material that you have, and it is a really flexible way to get some masks or effects that you need for your scene. So the last thing I want to talk about regarding RS proxies is overrides. Here I have a simple model of a cube with some extrusions. I've set up a vertex color map with a shader field and a noise. I have a simple material that has vertex color hooked into emission color. And also I have a redshift object tag which has tessellation enabled. So our cube is going to be smooth and subdivided. Let's just render to see what we're working with. Yeah, so here's the shape. Perfect. Let's stop our render and export it into Houdini for later use. Go to File, Export, Redshift Proxy. Leave our settings as they were, making sure that we're exporting at a scale in meters. So let's go back into Houdini, where I've already set up our proxy. Let's just render to see whether our export has worked out correctly. And it did. Perfect. So getting back into our proxy settings, if you scroll down from proxy, you'll see all those checkboxes. They override the settings that you have baked into your RS file. To modify those settings is through overrides, this section here. Let's start with override tessellation and displacement. Let's enable it, and if we go into our tessellation displacement, I actually have it enabled. Let's disable it, update. Yeah, so you can see now it's as it was in the beginning, just a box. Now, one handy example of using this is to preview, because by default, you have 6 subdivisions in your tag. Sometimes it takes a while to subdivide all those meshes. And if you want to set up lighting for your objects, it might not be as interactive as you would like to. You can just turn down the subdivisions to, let's say, 1. Now you can see mostly our shape is preserved because it's subdivided once, but it's loading much quicker, and you can actually just type in 0 and it's not going to be subdivided at all. So the same goes for all of those. The object ID is just the ID that you use while working with puzzle mats, for instance. Visibility and mat, I think, speak for itself, but the trace sets is what a cinema user might know as exclusions. If we go into cinema and go to our Redshift object tag, you have a tab exclusions. So this is trace sets. And override user data overrides your attributes. For instance, your color or vertex maps, or some other attribute that you might have in Cinema 4D or Houdini. So for us on Blindsight project, for this particular shot, this proxy workflow was really a lifesaver, because we were working in different softwares and the exchange went very smoothly.
And that's a wrap-up of our presentation. I hope you liked it. If you're still interested in more behind-the-scenes stories, just visit the site on the right. It has tons of them. And now we are ready for your questions.
All right, welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Dimitri and Daniil. Welcome, guys. Welcome, welcome.
Hello.
So, say hello to the internet. So we have a number of questions. We have a number of questions, and one of the first ones I want to get into, a lot of people are wondering, wow, there's a lot of Houdini. Well, guess what? Redshift is used across many DCCs. So it's not, here at the Maxon family, we have tools for the entire creative pipeline. It's not just cinema. We also have Redshift and Red Giant. That's why we had some of that on today. But maybe you can talk a little bit, Dimitri or Daniil, about that and the pipeline and how that worked. I know you mentioned it a little bit, but yeah, what was that like for you? Dimitri, I think you did a lot of the pipeline stuff, right?
Yeah, I can take this one. So Redshift was used across all of the film. As Daniil said in the chat, we've used Redshift for pretty much 95% of the film. And in my part, I discuss the connection that actually opens up between two softwares, or actually any software that supports Redshift. I believe you can export pretty much any geometry with shaders and with materials into Maya, 3ds Max, or whatever you have, any package that uses Redshift, which could be sometimes used in production setting, as we've had on this project.
Very cool. Somebody was wondering about the masks, and there was different colors in the mask, kind of like a crypto mat. Was that for the masking? Why was there different colors?
Okay, that's probably for me. So, well, as you may know, in RGB color model, we have red, green, and blue colors. So when you split it, you can get just grayscale colors for each particular. So, let's say if something is red, then you split it and you have a grayscale, like white values there. So you can choose this part. If something green and blue, so the same way. So it's just a tool. Instead of having a lot of separate files with the masks, you just map each one to specific RG or blue value and then split it on in shader. So just you don't have to use so many textures in this way.
So you use it for isolating.
Yes.
RGB channels. Yeah. That's a great way to mask things out.
Oh so. Yeah, it's not Redshift specific, like in every single render you can do
use
so,
that
or in
After
compositing.
Effects is a great
it's pretty
technique.
common technique.
Good technique. If you guys don't know about it, check it out. I think a number of years ago we had another artist showcase that. I'll have to find it. If you guys know, my team knows. I'll check it out and see if we can post it, but it's that workflow from Cinema, I think just using the physical render into After Effects with splitting out the different channels. We also did on one of our road shows here. All right, so let me see here. Somebody wants to know, how did you make the blue fire coming out of this, the spaceship? Was that done in Redshift as well? Or is that done in using post effects for the thrusters, I guess?
It's mix of both. So it started with Dmitry, I guess. Yeah, it was volumes in a Houdini. And then I took over the scene and added some details to these volumes. And then a lot of comp in Nuke.
In the Nuke and the comp. Somebody wants to know your path into Houdini. So how did that go? Did you start there, or were you using other software? And so how did you get started?
Dmitry, your turn.
Okay, so I was like a diehard C4D user for life, like since pretty much day one of my career. And at some point, I've been just looking around at those shoe porn videos that popped up like 5 to 4 years ago. I was wondering, what the how exactly do you go about doing something like this? And afterwards, Entagma came about, and these guys are just amazing gateway into Houdini world because they're C4D users. They are really good at structuring information, and it was really easy to pick up the Houdini. Well, it wasn't that easy because I've spent like maybe 4 to 5 months until I could actually use Houdini in production setup. But I'm using Houdini for 2 years now, and it's pretty hard and it's pretty rewarding actually.
And you use it in tandem with Cinema, obviously, showing the workflow.
Yeah, almost usually I do this, yeah.
Yeah, and if you guys are looking, I know Entagma, they've, a lot of them are from Exponza, and they've done a lot of presentations with us. So definitely check out the archive if you want to see more of their work.
Oh my God, their presentations are the best.
So definitely check out the Exponza presentations here. There's a question coming in about proxies. So tell us a little bit more about the proxy work.
Well, I've tried to encompass everything I know about proxies into the presentation, so it would be like a standalone tutorial on its own. So I don't know, proxies are just a good way to speed up your workflow when you have massive amounts of geometry. You can actually use proxies without switching the software. You can actually make some kind of huge asset inside of C4D and export it into proxy and work with it for animation, because it's going to render faster, almost skipping the preparing phase of the rendering. Because when it's preparing, it has to subdivide, convert textures, process textures, compile all the shaders and stuff, and it actually does have it all inside of proxy file, so you don't have to do all those steps, and it goes faster to rendering. So it's a really good system for working with lots of geometry. Even sometimes people use proxies to populate scenes, you know, when you have like huge forest and you need to populate scene with like big high poly trees. But in this case, I've had just one asset, but it was huge. So I've split it up into parts, and I've assembled like a proxy ship out of those parts. And it was much easier to render and work with lighting and tweaking animation and stuff. Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah. So somebody was wondering
here. Like,
go for it.
Well, not even on Blindsight, but on all commercial projects, every single time you realize like you have a huge geo, like very heavy one, and it's not deforming, it's just like always static one, let's say like a city or something like that. You can just bake it once in a proxy, just spend a few minutes baking it as a RS file, and on the render time, next time you render your sequence, it will be almost instantly in scene. So it speeds up rendering. If it's just one shot, I mean, it's one frame, it doesn't matter. But if you say, let's say like, I don't know, 100 frames, it means you eliminate this waiting time for each single frame. So you can speed up rendering of the sequence like significantly. So it's, it's very useful on the heavy scenes.
And so each of the frames is just calculated faster.
Yeah, so I mean, the rendering part is the same, but the preparation part just done once, and after that it just reuse it, and it's lifesaver on like, because on the commercials you have to like do this very quick, right? Everyone expect you to have a result next hour or tomorrow, and you just cannot afford to just spending the whole day on rendering.
Yeah. Well, which kind of brings us to another question, and that's kind of polygon limit. So did you run into any polygon limit issues when importing the Houdini model?
I've ran, when I started rendering the TCS shots, I've actually used only Octane instead of Cinema. So it's like first year of me rendering in GPUs when I started. It was like 2016. So Octane at the time had silly polygon limit. I believe it was like 21 or 25 million polygons, and it was like straight up giving you a message: the limit of 21 million polygons reached. You can't render it. So when I ran into this problem with Octane, I've started to exploring different rendering options, because we had to render this asset somehow, and it wasn't even finished at this point. It was like third of the ship ready. So I've tried Arnold, which was pretty good, but extremely just frustratingly slow, because I've had like really weak CPU at this time, and
you need a farm if you want to render something.
Yep.
Arnold.
Yep. Yeah, so after this, we have tried Redshift, and it actually worked like magic. Everything that we could throw at it, it would just prepare, maybe calculate for some time, but it would render eventually. Yeah, so we didn't run into any poly count issues with Redshift since we started using it.
And it has this out of VRAM algorithm. So even if you don't have enough GPU RAM, it can use the RAM from your like workstation. The downside, it becomes much slower. Like So
When
you
you reach
shouldn't
that
like,
limit.
you should try to keep everything on GPU, but in emergency scenario, then it doesn't fit, it still renders just slower. So it's, but yeah, I mean, usually we try to just optimize the scenes so they will be completely held in
You know,
GPU.
a lot of the different artists that I talked with years ago, before we merged and before Redshift was part of the Maxon family, I was wondering, because I used to use Octane, but a lot of artists were running into that, and I was running into it as well. Just when you max out your card, that's it. Like you're now
Game over, man.
Yeah.
Game over.
It's like game over.
Now we have this new 3090 with, I believe, 24 gigabytes of VRAM, so it wouldn't be an issue for next year. But the thing is, like, clients will be more demanding. That's what happens. Like, you think, oh, I did this upgrade and now like everything covered. It's not. Like next year, everyone expect you to do like so much more on the same hardware you have. So just. We run out of RAM.
It always comes down to 5 to 10 minutes of rendering time, whether it's 2010, 2020,
yeah,
2015.
it's the same.
It's going to be the
always
same.
5 to 10 minutes of frame.
Yeah, and complexity goes up, but like the render time is what you can afford. 10 to 15 minutes per frame max.
Yeah.
If any questions, they'll just double the resolution. They'll be like, okay, do it in 8K then, just to make sure.
Yeah. Well, now we have these APRES algorithms like Topaz and other, which actually helps. And we use this on like big commercial stuff because at some point, even like if you have a farm, you just cannot afford to do it fast enough. So like in 4K, I mean, so you do like tricks with 2.5K and then present it. But these AI tools, they're just crazy. I mean, it feels like
awesome.
It adds details.
It's
which
like
wasn't there. It's crazy.
I've tried Topaz on one commercial project, and I was just blown away by what it does. It actually gives you the texturing information where there was none. It just gives you an impression that there's like a high density bump map on some surfaces, and it doesn't flicker, and it's just stable. I don't know how it does that. So
computer magic.
Yeah,
you call it computer magic.
That's what we do.
Yeah, it's usually dark magic when that type of technology comes out. So if you guys want to shoot me a link, just send it to me in the Skype chat, and I'll share it with the rest of our nerd family here on chat. We did have a couple other questions. How was it setting up the pipeline? Were you guys figuring it out as you go? Kind of started some assets in Houdini, started working with some stuff in Cinema, or did you already have a defined pipeline?
Well, because it's not a studio work, right? It's just almost 30 persons around the world working from the like literally bedrooms or living rooms whenever they have their workstation. So there wasn't any like regular pipeline, no like shotgun or frame.io, like the specialized tools. Everyone worked in whatever software they used to work. So for Dmitry, it was, as he said, Cinema and Houdini. Modelers used their own tools, so it's like ZBrush, and someone did it in 3D Max and Maya, like whatever they used to work with. I was responsible for gathering all these assets from everyone and doing layout and lighting and like rendering, grading, all the stuff. But the thing is, so I was this like central node where all the assets came, and I like did layout, combined everything together in Houdini, because for me, I'm a Houdini user. I used to be a Softimage user, but then it was killed, as we may say.
Murdered.
So around 4 years ago, I switched to Houdini and never looked back.
Just happy that you're part of the Redshift family and the Maxon family.
Well, that's I mean,
I don't know, would we even be able to make such a short without Redshift? Because we didn't have a budget for a farm, and if we stayed with CPU rendering, it will take for like next 4 years just for rendering. So it wasn't
did the
an option.
calculation.
And Octane, which is pretty good, but at least to me, it doesn't as production ready for like animation for sequences. So you can do like pretty good things as static images, but when you start like doing always passes, preparing things for compositing, additional layers, all the stuff, Redshift is so much versatile, and and you can tweak almost everything, optimize the scene. So it really helped us.
Awesome. Well, it's an amazing short, guys, and thank you so much for sharing it. I know last show when I showed it, everybody was really excited. So thank you so much for coming on and sharing your information. Would love to see whatever else you're doing. So please share it with us, and I'll definitely share it with the rest of the community.
In 4 years.
Yeah, in 4 years. 4 years. Every so often when you get it. But we love to have you. An amazing job overall. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with our next presenter, EJ Hassenfrat. So stay tuned, folks. So we'll see you.
Thanks for having us. Bye.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Show me just what you got.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea, the desire to create, solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. The freedom to create for all.
Toolfarm makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Looking to get into sculpting in Cinema 4D? Our new 3-part tutorial series will give you everything you need to know to kickstart your journey into sculpting in Cinema 4D. In part 1, we go over all the tools and settings. In part 2, we'll jump in and we'll sculpt this little Homer head. We'll show you when you would want to use each tool, as well as how to transfer a high-res sculpt into a low-res mesh using vector displacement in Cinema 4D. In our third video, we'll jump into retopology and show you workflows for retopologizing a mesh. Make sure to check it out on Mograph.com.
Welcome back to the show, family. I'm your host, Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX, here in Los Angeles at Maxon Studios here. And we have another amazing presenter for you. So last year, we took the road all over the world, at least a lot of the world, and we showcased some really cool stuff on the 3D Motion tour back in the day, and that's what this shirt is for. And one of these gentlemen, or the next gentleman actually up, is EJ Hassenfratz, who joined us and has been educating and inspiring for many, many years all around. So stay tuned. Some really good, amazing character stuff.
Hey everybody, it's EJ Hassenfratz here, and today I'm going to be showing you how you can create fun character animations utilizing Mixamo and Cinema 4D. We're going to begin by prepping our model for export, followed by using Mixamo to rig and apply mocap animations to our character. Then we're going to cover some workflows for fixing weights in Cinema 4D so we don't have like weird deformations. And finally, we'll blend multiple mocap animations together to create a single character performance. And I'll show you how you can use the Mixamo control rig to add an extra layer of control onto your character animation. It's a lot to get to, so let's go ahead and get started. Alright, so here's our character, Mr. Penguin, that we're going to be using to rig up using Mixamo. And there's a few important things to keep in mind when prepping your character for being rigged by Mixamo. Okay, first off, very important, Mixamo only supports bipeds. You can rig bipeds. It does not support quadrupeds. So sorry, no Mr. Horsies, no Mr. Spider or anything like that. Second, and this goes with, rigging in general, you want to model your character in a T pose as we have here, with the arms out at the sides, or a Y pose if the arms were kind of down at an angle. Another thing is you want to have your character kind of centered up to 0, 0, 0 here, and you also want to have your character symmetrical. So if I go to my front view here, you can see that I could easily slice this character down the y-axis and we have a symmetrical model here. Another thing is you want to have your feet planted on the ground. So laying on that XZ plane there, right on that world axis there, as you can see. Now, as far as textures go, Mixamo supports and actually retains image textures. So I unwrapped this character and all the texturing is coming from this penguin body PNG image here. Okay, so Mixamo supports image texture. It also supports just plain old color channels from a C4D shader. It's pretty limited as far as what it supports. So if you have like an octane material applied to your character, or a redshift, or a complex C4D shader, it's going to lose a lot of that in translation as you bring in your model from Mixamo and then export it back out and bring it back into Cinema 4D. You might have to reapply your textures, but if you're only using image textures, it's going to go through just fine and be retained through that whole process. Okay, so image texture is going to be the way to go, or just your plain old color channel. Now, when you do go and export out your character, you want to just export out your character. So if you have a floor object or something like that, either get rid of it, or if you have a bunch of objects in your scene that you don't want to mess around with or delete, you can always just extract and save your character geometry as its own file. And you can do that by just selecting all the objects that make up your character and then go to File, Save Selected Objects As, and this is going to create a new file, a new project that just has your selected objects inside of it. So this is an easy way to extract your character geometry into its own project file and then go ahead and export out just your character objects to Mixamo. Okay, now to export out a file that is supported by Mixamo, you're going to go to Export, and what Mixamo supports is FBX and OBJ, but FBX is way better compatibility, so I always choose FBX. So I'm going to go ahead and choose that. Now, as far as this FBX settings, there's one very important setting you have to change, and that is this file format version. So by default, you're probably going to see this set to 2019 version 7.7. The best version to save out as is this 7.2. So it's kind of like the whole Illustrator if you want to export out paths so you can bring them in as splines to Cinema 4D. You have to export out at that old Illustrator 8 format. Very similar kind of setup here. You want to save out as version 7.2. And another thing that's very, very important is you can see that I have all of these subdivision surfaces here. And what you want to do is uncheck this subdivision surface and make sure you don't have this baked subdivision surface checked on either. What we want to do is export out the unsubdivided version to rig that, because this is really going to save us a lot of headaches when we have to reweight our character. You're going to be dealing with less vertices, and having less vertices to deal with is going to be a huge thing when, again, we're fixing weights. So everything else here is fine. We can embed textures. We can bake out our materials if you want. But the most important thing is the version. And of course, the subdivision surface options here, unchecking both of those. And let's just go ahead and click OK. And this is going to have me save this out. I'll just replace this. And we just exported that FBX. And now we're ready to jump into Mixamo. So here we are at Mixamo.com, and Mixamo is included with your Adobe Creative Cloud subscription, so a lot of you should already have this. Now, you can do one of two things with Mixamo. You can either upload your own character and apply mocap animation to it, or you can choose from their character library and get all types of sometimes cool, sometimes weird characters here, like Fat Elvis. Why not? Why not have a Fat Elvis in your future Mograph animation? So we don't need to have Fat Elvis here. We are just interested in uploading our own character and using a bunch of these mocap animations from the Mixamo mocap library. So what we can do to upload our character, our little Mr. Penguin, is just going to this upload character button, and here it's going to say, okay, select your file, and you can see that the formats that are supported here. And if you forget on how to prepare your model, you weren't paying attention to me in the last 5 minutes, you can read a little bit more here. But let's go ahead and select our character file. And that's that Penguin Mixamo 2 FBX. We're going to click open, and it's going to then begin uploading and processing our character. And boom, here we go. We're dumped into this auto rigger window, and you're going to see we have a pretty low poly penguin. And remember, that's because we didn't export out our character with the subdivision surfaces. Okay, so this means that it's going to rig up our character, and it's going to apply weighting and stuff to our lower poly object. So again, this is crucial for having a better and simpler weighting workflow. So it's all fine that we see this very chunky, like Final Fantasy VII old school kind of looking character here. But basically this window just says, you know, for best results, have your character in T-pose, have your fingers spread apart. Our character doesn't have any fingers, but we do have this character in our T-pose, so we're all good to go. We don't need to adjust anything here. So let's just go ahead and click next. And this is going to give you this window where you are going to then place all of these markers to the corresponding areas on your character. And you can see an example of where all the markers should go on this example figure here. So let's go ahead, and I'm just going to click and drag and snap this to our chin. You can even see this symmetrical line slicing our character because we are using symmetry by default. Okay, and so let's go ahead and let's apply the wrist, and you can see that's working symmetrically as well. So the wrists go about right there, elbows will go right about here, knees right about there or so, and the groin in the groinal region, and this will just snap to that middle line, which is nice, and we'll just place that marker right about here. Okay, now as far as the skeleton level of detail, this corresponds to your fingers of your model. So if you have like a standard 5-finger skeleton, you can go ahead and use that, or you can use 3-chain. You can see what that looks like. And we can use 2-chain, which is like an oven mitt, or if you have no fingers, you can choose no fingers, and this is more like a club for a hand, and that's exactly what we have here, because as far as I know, penguins don't have fingers. Okay, so let's go ahead, and with all the markers set, and with our no fingers setting here for the skeleton level of detail, we can go ahead and click the next button, and this is where all of the magical hamster wheels behind the scenes at Mixamo headquarters, or I guess Adobe headquarters now, is going to do their thing and auto-magically rig this up. And it can take up to 2 minutes, so this is where you can go ahead, grab a coffee or a nice quality craft beer and just kind of sit back and relax. So after finding out how much coffee I can drink in 2 minutes, you can see that our rigging is done, and it has this test mocap animation applied to our character to kind of test if everything's looking okay. And this is looking pretty chunky right now. I'm just going to use these gizmos like the pan tool and the zoom tool to kind of zoom in here. We can orbit around here and kind of see that, you know, this is pretty janky. We have some work to do when it comes to weighting and smoothing everything out. So this is nice and smooth rather than really jaggy. But again, this is why we have this low poly version of our character, because this will be way easier to fix than a character that's highly subdivided with a lot of vertices to kind of deal with. But our feet are planted on the ground. That's a big important thing to check here. There's a little bit of moving, but that's totally fine. Everything's looking good as far as the arms. If you ever do need to go and try to, you know, maybe test things out, maybe adjust the chin or the feet or where the elbows are bending, you can always go back and replace those markers. But I'm pretty happy with this, so I'm just going to go ahead and click next, and I'll say, okay, yep, that's fine. Replace Fat Elvis, and now we have our character walking and having the mocap animation that is currently selected, which is this shoved reaction with spin applied to our character. And this is where we can get really have a lot of fun. If you ever have a very slow day with a lot of time on your hands, urge you to go and just type in dance, and you could lose a good half a day just you know, messing around with this. Now you're going to definitely see the weighting problems, especially on let's see, where was that waving dance? So something like that. You can see that definitely we have weighting issues here. That's not supposed to happen. And that eyeball, yikes, not good. Again, we can fix that later. But this is just, you know, there's 155 dances. So have fun with all of that. Ever waiting for a render, just knock yourself out with this. But as far as what I'm going to be going for is not dancing, because that's too much fun. Can't have too much fun. What we're going to do is just kind of have a few different, like maybe a penguin walk, maybe like a spin, and then having our penguin wave. So what we can do is let's look up, and I know exactly what kind of walk is going to look good for a penguin walk. Unfortunately, there's no like penguin walk mocap animation here, but the closest thing I found to it was old man walk. And if I type that in, you can see there's an old man walk. And if I apply that to my character, you can see that, okay, that kind of looks like a penguin walk. But one thing we can do is adjust the stride, and every mocap animation has these little slider settings that you can adjust. So for the hands, for example, like, do you want to have the hands really up close to the face, or do you want them hanging down like that, which is probably what we want. The stride, we can kind of shorten the stride so it's more like a little waddle, and then you can have like the overdrive, and it can go really, really fast. But maybe we'll just have something like this, like a fast little waddle. Now, another thing that's very important is this character arm space, and this basically tries to prevent your arms from intersecting your body. If this is down really low, you can see that's almost like if this penguin had pockets. The arms are in the pockets, but we just want to adjust this so we're not having any of that arm torso intersection. So something like that is looking pretty good. And then we can adjust the amount of total frames. So I can really spread this out, and we can have a total of 37 frames here. But don't worry, it's not a very far distance that we can have our penguin waddle, but we can go ahead and loop that in Cinema 4D. Right now, we're just interested in which movements, which mocap animations do we want to then, you know, create a nice sequence of an animation. So what I'm going to do is I like this. I like the settings here. I'm going to go ahead and download that. And all these settings are fine. If you're animating at 24 frames per second, you'll want to choose that here, but I'll animate at 30, and I'm just going to download this. Now, I also have a couple more animations that I want to try to combine with this in Cinema 4D. Unfortunately, you can't combine animations within Mixamo. You used to be able to. They removed it, unfortunately. But let's go ahead. That's a whole nother story. Let's go ahead and choose another animation. Spin in place was another fun one that I thought was cool. The spin in place, where we have the spin, and then he gets kind of dizzy. I thought that's kind of fun. What we can do is maybe slow that down by lowering the overdrive, so it's a little slower. Again, we have the character arm space to make sure there's no intersecting of the arms and the torso. I think that looks about good. And as far as the total amount of frames, I think that looks pretty nice. You can always adjust this if you want. But again, you're basically trimming your animation, so it doesn't even complete that like head holding thing. So what I'm going to do is just hit reset, and this is fine. Let's go ahead and download this. Okay, and that's going to go to my download folder. Then I have one last one where we're just going to have the character waddle and then spin, and then let's have it wave. So let's go ahead and just search for waving. And let's see, we have waving gesture, something like that. Let's do maybe something like this. And that's kind of fun. And even with the waving, we have very unique settings here. So we have energy, like how pumped is this character? That looks really fun. We can adjust something like this. The direction, is it waving to the side? Is it waving to the left side? Really fun. We can do the character arm space here as well. Kind of spread that out. And kind of see what other type of waves we have in here. I think that's going to be the best one. Let's see if this one's any good. Let's try this one. So we have, again, we have two waving animations, but totally different little sliders here. So emotion, let's see what that is. Okay, let's exaggerate that. Now, okay, I'm liking that. That's really cool too. We have overdrive, like how fast is that wave? He's really pumped. And I'm liking this wave animation much better. So always experiment and play around with different waves because they're both called waving. Actually, there's a lot of them called waving, but different settings to get different types of animations here. So character arm space, maybe bring that up a bit. Maybe bring the overdrive down. And I think this is looking cool. I really like that energetic, exaggerated type of wave. So let's go ahead. I'm happy with that. Let's download this as well. So now we have 3 animations that we can use to cobble together and edit a complete animation. So let's hop back into Cinema 4D. So if I navigate to my downloads folder, you can see all 3 of those FBX files we downloaded from Mixamo. And what I want to do is merge all 3 of these into a single project file. So to do this very easily, I'm just going to go ahead, select all 3 of these FBX files, and I'm going to hover over my object manager and hold the shift key down. And what this is going to do is merge all these project files into one. So all these default import settings are fine. So I'm just going to click OK. Now the important thing about merging these project files together is that you have the option to saying no to this reassign included takes, because what Mixamo does by default is applies the Mixamo animation to its own take, and that kind of locks everything in a take. So what this allows you to do is just say no to that. We don't want to reassign the included takes. So here's the import settings for the second file, and again, no, and then the third file, and no a third time. And now you can see all of our penguins in here merged into a single file on the default take. We don't have a Mixamo take with that we have to mess with or anything like that. And we're pretty good to go. Now we have 3 copies of our mesh. We only need 1. So what you're going to see is that if I select either of these kind of joint hierarchies here, the joints is what has the animation applied to it. So I want to keep the joint animation. I just want to get rid of the extra geometry and these extra cameras here. So I'm just going to select, let's just select everything here and deselect the joints. So I'm going to hold the Command or Control key down to deselect the joints here, and then just hit delete. So now we're left with a single penguin mesh, and then 3 joint animations that we can then use to blend together and deform this singular mesh here. Now you're going to see that not only do we have a bunch of textures, but our texture is looking pretty janky in our viewport. So first thing I'm going to do is go to Edit and just go to Delete Unused Materials to get rid of the extras. And then I'm going to go and double click on that body texture that's using that PNG image, and then go to Viewport and then just up the texture preview size to say 4K. That's about the resolution of my character. And you can see now everything is, the texture is nice and crisp. And you can see my character is pretty janky still. So what I can do is twirl down all these pieces of geometry here, pull them out of their nulls and just delete those nulls. And now you can see that here's all of our geometry meshes. And what I can do is, at least for the penguin body, the top hat, and the bow tie, I can reapply those subdivision surfaces. So I'm going to select all 3, go to my subdivision surface generator menu here, hold the Alt or Option key down, and release my mouse button. You'll see that all of those objects now have the subdivision surface as a parent, and you can see that our character is nice and smoothed out. Now you'll see that if I just go ahead and hide these other 2 joint setups here to kind of clean up our viewport. You can see that this Mixamo hips joint setup here is the wave setup. So I can go ahead and just maybe type in wave so I know what's what. And you can see that everything's kind of weighted weird. If I turn off the subdivision surface here, you can see how this is just the shoulders pulling part of the torso. Now, there's a few ways to handle this quick and dirty, and there's a few ways to have a more targeted approach. Now, one of those quick and dirty ways is using something that's new to R23 called Delta Mush. And what Delta Mush is, it's like a smooth deformer on steroids that allows you to smooth the results of a mesh being deformed by another deformer, like Deformer Inception. And it specifically works well with a skin deformer, as you can see here. So let's add a Delta Mush to our scene, and let's make this a child of the penguin, but we want this to happen and calculate after the skin deformer. You can see something updated there. And if we just kind of scrub through our timeline here, you can see that that actually helped out a lot. Now, when this bends down, when this arm bends down, this is looking not so good. So we still have some weighting issues. You can see that the eye is being deformed a little bit. So this is helping a little bit. You can see the before and after. Definitely here it's helping out a lot, but it's not going to solve all of our issues, okay? So let's just go over some of the settings for the Delta Mush. So we have the overall strength here. We have iterations, which is like how much is this applying the effect. And then we have the smooth view, which is basically your smooth deformer, okay? Now there are different methods we can use here, the different modes. So one is edge, one's neighbor, points, neighbor in the British spelling way, which is interesting. And you can kind of just test to see which kind of gives a better result. If you have good UVs, you can have the based on UVs. So that would require you to UV unwrap and all that good stuff. And we can see if this is a little bit better. And no, we're still getting that really weird deformation in the hand. So this is kind of getting us part of the way, but not all of the way. Now, one option we do have is we could create like vertex maps or polygon selections to use as fall-offs to control where this Delta Mush is actually affecting, and that's a way to like fine-tune this whole effect. But I think we're going to need a little bit more than that. We're going to need to adjust weights anyways, which means we get to discover the joy of weight painting. So instead of just using the Delta Mush, let's try some different weighting workflows and see if we can get more fine-tuned control on our weighting here. So I'm going to turn off the Delta Mush deformer, so we're just left with the skin deformer deformation. And let's see how each of our joints here are influencing and deforming each vertices here. So I can see this if we bring up the weights manager, and to do that, we're just going to hold the shift key down and double click on this weight tag here. There's our weight manager with all of the joints that are deforming our mesh here. If I just move this penguin off to the side, you can see each bone, each joint has a different color that corresponds with each color chip here. Now, if I hover over, you can see these different influence percentages here, but we're not actually seeing that color coded wise on our mesh. And that's because we have our subdivision surface on. If we turn off the subdivision surface, we can actually see, okay, now I can see like, okay, here's the hips joint. If I select the hips joint right there, you can actually see all of the vertices that are being influenced and deforming along with and moving with the hips joint right here. If I zoom in, you can see that even these bones are orange. And if I move and scrub this in the timeline, you can see all that rotation there, that slight rotation, and all of these vertices are kind of following along with it. Now, if I go over here, you can see why these vertices are bending so sharply is because if we hover over here, we can really diagnose what's going on. You can see that this vertices right here, it has 100% influence of the hips. And if I go to the vertices right next to it, we're shifting from 100% influence of hips directly to 100% influence of another joint. And that's why we have this sharp deformation, is there's no gradual blending between the two joints. Compare this to if we go to the leg here, and if I select, say, the left leg and hold the shift key down and select all of these joints here, you can see that we should have this cool blending from yellow to the teal here, and that's exactly what you see. And if we scrub through here, that's why we're getting this nice smooth deformation, nice smooth bending of the leg. So what we need is more of a smooth bending between these vertices here to smooth out the hips. Now, if I go down here, you can actually see there's a right up leg joint affecting my left leg. So the auto weighting from Mixamo didn't do such a great job here. So what we can do is we can try a couple things. We can first try a different auto weight algorithm, not from Mixamo, because obviously the Mixamo algorithm didn't work too well. We can use the Cinema 4D algorithms, and we can do that by going to the auto weight tab over here. And what we can do is go ahead and select this weight tag here so we can see all of the joints and go back to auto weight. So what we can do is try the Cinema 4D modes and see if we can get better auto weight results. So volumetric is a newer mode that was added to Cinema 4D, and it kind of uses volumes and kind of, it's like you are filling up your volume of your object with water, and it's trying to calculate joints that way. So let's try this, and I'll hit calculate, and you can see that this is a little bit better. If I go down to my feet, you can see that we no longer have that right leg influencing here, so this is a little bit better. And maybe this is a better starting point than from the Mixamo auto weighting, so I think we'll keep with that. Now, we're still having that sharp deformation here, if I scrub through there. And what you would say is like, okay, well, we just need to smooth the influence, like the smooth influences of the leg joints are smoothing together. We just need to do that for the rest of our joints. And you'd be right. And probably what you would think is like, okay, we'll select all of the joints here. Let me hold the shift key down to bring up the commands menu. And here we can use different modes to add or subtract influences or blur, smooth influences of joints together. And what you'd think is like, okay, well, I'll choose smooth, and I'm just going to hit apply all. I'll hit apply all a couple times, and you'll see that we just smoothed out a lot of the weights there, and we get this nice gradation of all of the influences. And if we kind of scrub through here, you can see that, okay, this is smooth over here, but we're getting, it's almost looked like when this arm's up, this character's looking bloated. And if we go ahead and dive back into our weight manager here, select this weight tag and kind of hover over, you can see all of these joint influences on each of these vertices. Like we have the left leg and the right arm and the left arm influencing this vertice on the right side. If we go to this tip with a flipper over here, you can see that we're getting the spine joints, which are right here, influencing this tip of the flipper. So smoothing out everything too much means that you're blurring influences of joints on maybe even the right side of your mesh to the left side. Okay, so you don't want to smooth things out too much. So I'm going to undo that by hitting Command Z and going back to that. Now, something I recommend is sometimes you can smooth things out too much and maybe you do other things and you run out of undos. It's always smart to go ahead and save your weights, and that way you can always load up those weights later if you ever need to go back to square one with your weight setup, okay? So smoothing everything didn't work. What we can do is actually have isolated smoothing on just certain joints. So if I select just this hips joint and bring the smooth percentage down, I can actually hit apply all. And what that will do is just smooth the hips there. You can see that we're kind of smoothing that out a little bit. And what we can do is maybe bring in the left shoulder in here as well and hit apply all and smooth these out as well. But you're seeing that we're smoothing up here too. And you know, if we're kind of smoothing out one side, we still have the other side to deal with, so maybe we can grab the hips here and grab the right shoulder and smooth this out. But the smoothing's only going so far. We're still having that issue where we're just smoothing the influence overall and everything's just looking kind of gummy and weird and distorted. And you can see this vertice right here is really getting pulled a lot by that right shoulder, and actually it's got influence of the left shoulder too. So this is not going to work either. So let's undo all that. And what we can do is actually strategically select different vertices and assign weights that way. So if I go to my edge mode here, and let's select the hips. So the hip joints are right there. This loop of vertices should just be 100% assigned to the hips. So I'm going to double click to grab a loop selection, and then with that hips joint selected, I can actually paint the influence of that selected joint and just go to add and hit apply selected. And that will apply 100% influence of that hips joint to this loop selection of vertices. And you can see that if I go all the way around, you can see exactly that. Now, if I go to the tail, probably the tail needs to move along with the hips. So I can go grab a polygon selection, hit UL to get a loop selection, UF to grab a fill selection, hold the shift key down to add those polygons to the selection, and maybe grab these polygons here as well. So like this polygon, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one, and this one. So now if I go to apply selected, you'll see that all of those vertices connected to those polygons will get 100% influence of those hips, okay? Now, if we go and I click off of that weight tag and just scrub through, we can see what's going on, and you can see the tails moving along with the hips really well. You can see that we're kind of fixing some things here. We still have that weird sharp deformation there, so we still have a little bit of work to do. So let's get back in here and let's go to our edge selection, and maybe we go to this loop selection here, grab our hips, and maybe just bring the add down to 10% and say apply selected. And then if we go up to, say, the spine, that is the joint right here, this green joint, and that corresponds with maybe this loop selection. We can say, okay, apply all there. We can maybe grab this loop selection, go to spine 1. You can see that's that joint right there. I can go all the way around. You can see that it's pretty weak on this spine influence back here, so I can hold the shift key down, double click to grab those edges there and just say, okay, apply selected a few times. And then maybe for the head, we can see what's going on. So there's spine 2, and you can see that we don't even have a continuation of this beak all the way to the back of the head. So let's grab a polygon selection. Let's loop select these polygons here. And let's add some influence of that spine 2. And I think I added to the tail selection. So always be mindful of what you're selecting here. So loop selection, hold the shift key down. There we go. And let's apply selected there. Much better. And then for the neck, that's that top joint. What I can do is hit 0, select all of these polygons on the top. And these should definitely be going along with this top joint here. So I'll just say, you know what, add 100% influence of that neck joint, boom, and there we go. And then we can maybe select the spine and the neck and maybe smooth these together a little bit. So apply all, and you can see we're smoothing that influence now. And let's see what we have here. So you can still see that we're getting a lot of deformation of the torso kind of being pulled along with the arm. And you know, this manual way of selecting loops and stuff is kind of a pain. If I just select the right shoulder and the right hand, you can actually see isolated all that blue right shoulder influence, and that's why the torso is getting pulled around with the arm. So instead of selecting individual vertices using polygon and loop selections, edge selections, what we can do is actually paint away and subtract the influence of this right shoulder, right arm, and right forearm, and right hand on the torso here, because you can see we have the right shoulder and even the left shoulder. You see that? Influencing in this area. So let's select the left arm joints and the right arm joints. And what we can do is actually paint away the influences by double clicking, bringing up our weight tool here. And what that'll do is bring up this little paintbrush, and it's set to smooth. I can change this to subtract. And if I select the left shoulder through the right hand here, I can actually subtract the influence of all of these joints from the torso here. Okay, and projections on and visible only is on, which is important. You don't want to accidentally adjust anything on the other side. And I can just like paint away the influence of these joints here, which is really easy to do here. You can see that. So I'm just removing the influence of those joints there. Now we have that right shoulder influence just limited to right up here. Now if I go to this side over here, you can see we have like left shoulder influence up here on the head and a little bit on the torso here and on the back, which is not great. So if, again, you could always hover over to see what exactly is being influenced and see like, okay, I think we solved that. That's looking okay. And now if we click off to get the deformation here, let me go back to my move tool. You can now see, okay, we got a much better kind of deformation going on. When that arm goes up, it's not pulling the torso with it, okay? Now what we could do is maybe smooth out a little bit the joints here. So let's select the weights, and maybe we just smooth out the right shoulder a little bit here. So let's go to commands, and apply all, and we'll smooth that out a little bit. Let's grab the left shoulder, do the same thing. You can see if I use this smooth, what that does. And actually, I see a little bit of that shoulder right down here. So let's go double click again, go to the subtract. Let's grab that left shoulder, and we still have subtract, and let's subtract down here that left shoulder. Okay, so paint away, put on your Bob Ross wig, and just tap, tap, tap. Subtract whatever vertices feel right to you, and let's see how this looks. So much better overall. Still have like weird deformation of the eyes. So this entire time we've just been fixing the weighting on the base mesh, but we have all these weight tags on the eyes and the top hat, and you can see if I select the top hat, we actually have influence of the neck, head, and spine influencing it. So just like we went and did some auto weighting with our weight tag of our penguin mesh, we can actually do auto weighting for all of the other elements here. So you can see we still have our main penguin here selected, so I'm going to deselect that, just select these weights here. You can see all these different weights and joints influencing things they shouldn't. Like this iris should not be controlled by the right shoulder or right arm. So let's go grab the auto weight, hit calculate, and you can see that everything just kind of snapped. And if I go into, say, the top hat here and go to joints and turn off that subdivision, you can see that actually this influence is 100% this spine influence, which isn't great. So let's actually delete that. And really we only need the neck to be influencing that. So let's remove the head, and then let's go to the weights again, auto weight, calculate, and you'll see now just that neck is influencing the hat. Let's go to the bow tie. I think the bow tie is looking pretty good because it does have to kind of balance between the spines here to kind of blend nicely together. If we look at our eyes, you can see that, okay, it's mostly the spine that is influencing our eyeballs here. You can see that the spine too is influencing this, which is perfect. Let's check the other eye, and you can see, yep, spine 2 and spine 2 for that. And if we close out and kind of scrub, you can see that everything's deforming pretty nicely except for right here, which is the problem we had from the get-go. Even when we had the delta mush turned on, it's not a very nice smooth bend. So let's go ahead and fix that. So if we go to where the arm is kind of raised the most, let's shift double click, bring up the weight manager again, and let's see what's going on with the right arm and forearm. And basically what we can do is just blur these two joints together without affecting any of the other joint weights. So to protect that, I'm going to right click and go to lock all, and then just unlock these two joints, and then go ahead and go to smooth and maybe get, you know, about 23% and hit apply all a few times. And let's remember to unlock all of these joints now. And let's go and see when this bends down like this. If we have a smoother bend, that's looking a lot better. Let's turn back on the subdivision surface. And again, I think we just did a much better job by just isolating the smoothing there. And let's see if on the left side, if we need to smooth anything out. I don't think we do, but just so it's kind of consistent, let's just blur out the left arm and forearm just a little bit. And there we go. And if we turn back on the subdivision surface, we have the delta mush on. Let's see if this is looking much better. And I would say that is, we are still getting this weird thing going on there. And that's solely from the delta mush. So let's maybe just bring back on the delta mush iterations, and hopefully that kind of fixes it. I think that's much better of a bend there. Now you are seeing some weird kind of fong breaks here. You probably have been yelling the entire time, like, what's going on there? That's because we have these fong tags, and they're up to 180 degrees. If I just select this one right here and turn off the angle limit, you can see that that just smooths everything out again. And let's go and turn back on the subdivision surface on the hat and see what our result is. So We have no more of the torso kind of getting pulled up with the arm. Now I could do a little bit more work with the legs, but you kind of get the bunch of different workflows I showed you of how you can go ahead and fix weights by going in and smoothing out individual joints and blending them together versus using that sledgehammer approach of smoothing everything out. But this is looking pretty good. Let's move on to blending animations together to create our full character animation. Right, so if you remember, we have those other two animations we got from Mixamo, and what we want to do is blend them all together now that we have our character weighted very nicely. And the one way we can mix clips together, mix animations together, is using Cinema 4D's motion system in converting these joint animations into what's called motion clips, which is basically like footage that we can then edit together like we're working with footage in Premiere. So let's go ahead and convert this joint animation to a motion clip. So I'm just going to select that topmost joint that has all the keyframes on it and go to animate and then go to add motion clip. And I'm just going to rename this wave, and then everything else is fine. It's going to actually remove the included animation and bake this into a motion clip. So I'm going to hit OK. And then what that's going to do is add a motion tag on top of this object. And if I click on this open in timeline, you can see that basically we're dealing with animation pieces of footage almost. Like we can adjust the speed by just dragging this handle. We can have a really fast wave like that, which is really funny. But basically what we can do is start editing together different clips and maybe using crossfades to blend together these different animations we have here from Mixamo. So we have the one so far, and let's actually rename this layer to Penguin Animation. I can't really spell today. There we go. And what I'm going to do now is I baked the one joint animation to a motion clip. Let's do that for these others. So let's see what this actually is. I forgot what this is. I think this is the spin. So that's the spin animation. So let's select that, go to animate, add motion clip, rename this spin, and click OK. And you'll see that will load up in our little footage area here, or motion clip area here. And then I'm going to go to this other one, which has to be the old man walk. So let's go to animate, add motion clip. Let's do walk and then click OK, and that will show up down here as well. So now we have all these motion clips baked, and I actually don't even need these other joint setups anymore, so I can delete them because everything lives in this one motion tag applied to the original joint setup here. And what I can do now is act like I'm in Premiere and just start laying out some footage. So let's actually give ourselves a little bit more time here, so 300 frames. And what we can do now is say we want to start out with the walk, so we'll drag and drop the footage in here, the motion clip in here, and now you can see that instead of the wave, we're actually going to the walk. Okay, so what we can do is if we want to have this walk a little bit longer, we can loop this by control, click, and dragging this, and just dragging this out, and then just snapping this to right about there, and you can see now, well, we have this looping, but this snaps back to the original position. So what we need to do is offset this clip to be where this first clip ends up at. So to do that, we can't actually move this entire rig. We just need to move this clip. And how you can move clips around is using something called a pivot object. And if I click on this track and go to advanced, you can see here is this create pivot button. I'm going to click that, and you can see that it's going to add this little gizmo here, and if I move this around, I'm actually moving my character all around. Now all I need to do is move this forward on the Z. So to do that, I'm going to work in my object coordinates, so I can just move this straight along the Z. And if I move this a little forward, you can see these little skeleton, these little stick figure things. All I need to do is try to match these up. Okay, and it's a little hard to see with the purple, but let's see if this works. And nope, that doesn't match up. So let's just move this forward. Let's try to eyeball this, and you can see that this kind of snaps backwards, so we need to move this forward again. And as we're close on the toes, I'm seeing that we probably need to fix the weighting on the toes, but that's okay. Move this forward again. So now we should be getting closer. So a little bit of slippage there. Just move this slightly forward. And now we have something that looks pretty good. Another thing we can do is, just like you can cross dissolve footage, we can cross dissolve animations here as well. So we have like a nice blend into this as well. You can see how this is kind of still slipping. So let's grab this pivot slightly forward. And now that's looking pretty seamless, not a lot of slipping at all. So that's a way we can blend these animations together and offset them as well. So maybe we want this character to walk a little bit further before it starts waving, or we still have to put the spin in here as well. So I'll command click and drag, and maybe we'll have this smooth transition as well. And you can see that's just going to slide backwards because again, we need a pivot on this as well. So I'll create a new pivot here, and this is just going to control this walk. So I'll move this forward again. And you can see that we kind of got close. Let's move this just a little bit forward. And that we nailed it that time. Good job, us. And now we have this longer walk cycle from these 3 walk cycles. And this is looking pretty good. Now, what we can do is just edit in the spin animation here. Let's move this wave track out here. So now, if I zoom in here, we have the spin, and again, that's going to start back at 0, 0, 0, so we need a pivot for this as well. So let's create pivot. This will be for the spin. And let's just select the spin, and let's move this forward to where this ends up. We got kind of close. Let's blend these together by overlapping. You can see that cross dissolve there. And that looks pretty seamless, actually. A little bit of slippage there, so let's just move that back. Looking good, gets dizzy. And then we can transition into the wave. But again, that wave is going to be back at 0, 0, 0, 0, so we know how to do this. Create pivot, slide this forward, and went a little bit too far forward. And that looks pretty close. Maybe have a longer transition there. Maybe we get to a point like right here where we can actually trim this footage. So let's right click, go to cut connect, and I can just cut the footage like I cut footage in Premiere, and then right click, get out of that cut connect tool, and then just delete that. And now I can edit this clip in like this. And it looks like this is still moving backwards ever so slightly. Perfect. That looks much more streamlined and smooth. And now he's waving, and we can maybe stretch out that wave back to its original like 100%. Just double click and enter in 100%. Now we have a cohesive animation, which is really, really cool. And we can bake this down into a single motion clip by selecting all of this, by right clicking and going to add compound motion clip. And now this is a single clip that is kind of baked down, which is really nice. And now what we can do is, like, I don't like this old man walk here. I'd rather have him standing upright. So what we can do to add adjustments on top of our Mixamo rig, it's not like we can go in here and like adjust these joints, like, and rotate this up. Let's go into object mode, select this, and like adjust this spine upwards. You're gonna see that that snaps back to its original position. Even if I try to keyframe this, it's just going to snap back. So let's go ahead and delete those tracks there. So what we actually need to do is apply another level of control on top of our rig. And luckily in Cinema 4D, there's something called a Mixamo control rig, and it lives inside of the character object here. So there is my character object. I'm going to go into object mode, and you can see that this is already set to the Mixamo control rig template. So I'm just going to build out the components to build up the character. So the root, the pelvis, I'm going to hold the shift and command or control keys down and click arm and leg to bring the arms and legs in there. Now there's a couple important steps before we do anything else to ensure that the Mixamo control rig is going to work. Number one, helps to be at frame 0. Number 2, you definitely want to have your Mixamo joint name be Mixamo rig hips, the default name. You can see that I added this dash wave. I've noticed that if you don't have this back at its default name, it can screw things up because it's looking for that name. The rig is looking for this default name, so I'm just going to reset that back. Another thing you need to do is reset your mesh, your character to its bind pose or its T pose. So I'm just going to do that by selecting all of the weight tags and clicking this reset bind pose button, and that's going to get us back to our T pose. Now we can go back to the character object. I know there's a lot of steps, but it's very important. And then we can move on to the adjust mode. And this is where all we have to do is, you can see that the knees should bend forward. So you can see that the legs are straight up and down. What this allows us to do is be able to tell the Mixamo control rig which way the knees should bend. So I'm going to select this knee component, and to move this independently of the rest of the rig, I'm just going to hold the 7 key down and just slightly move this forward in the Z. Okay, so the knees are going to bend forward, and then at this point, we can go and skip away to the animate mode, and it's going to give you all of this component control stuff like that. And all you really need to worry about is on this master control, you need to go to retarget master. You can see there's that namespace, right? It's looking for that name. I'm going to hit retarget all, and then all we need to do after that is transfer the weights. And what that means is we just have to, let me just slide this over here. All we need to do is click this little button here and select all the objects that have a weight tag applied to it. So that's this penguin, the pupil, and the iris, and the top hat, and the bow tie. And let's make sure we got everything. Yep. And then all we need to do is hit transfer weights. And then with any luck, I can scrub along here, and boom, we have all of these nice controls here on our rig that we can then use to adjust our character. So you can see this foot here. I can select this foot null and move this around. I can also hide all these other things up here, like the pivots. Let's just hide all these so it's not cluttering our viewport. Also, let's go ahead and just turn off our mesh so you can see all these controls, and the controls are too small, so I'm going to scale them up. And how you can scale them up is just like I showed you before, to how to move things without affecting other objects, is hitting the T key to get your scale, and then holding the 7 key down and scale all this stuff up. Now the most important thing is this little hip control here, this little triangle. So I'm going to hold the 7 key down and click and drag and scale this up, and maybe this one as well. All these like spine controls here, something like that. And then we can turn back on our mesh, and now if I select this control here, this triangle control, I can rotate this upwards, and this character will no longer be doing the old man pose. We can actually have him pivot upwards and move this so he's more straight standing up, and now he's just kind of waddling like a penguin would, right? Really cool. We can also adjust the arm position here as well. Maybe the arms are more by the side, or maybe hanging down. So let's select this control here and maybe move the arms down to the side. We can also adjust which way the elbows are pointing as well if we hide our character one more time. And you can see here are what's called poles, which basically just controls which way the elbows rotate. So you can see that the elbows are pointing that way. Let's go and adjust the, let's hide this again. It's hard to see. I think it's this right here. Turn this back on and just rotate it like that. Looking good. So now this character's waddling, which is nice. And then it spins around. And then we get the headache. And what we need to do is actually keyframe these controls so this goes back down when it spins. So let's keyframe this hip here. So I'm just going to select it, go to coordinates, and just set some keyframes here. So you can see I adjusted the rotation and the pitch. So if I just keyframe this to go back to 0, like that, now we're back to the normal rotation there, and now we have the wave. And of course we can adjust this all we want here. If we need to adjust the torso like this, we can animate this to have it more of like a jovial walk even. But there's so much control with the aptly named Mixamo control rig here to be able to add another layer of control or animation to your character with all these nice controls. So we covered a lot of ground here today using Mixamo, fixing the weights, combining different mocap animations together using motion clips, and then adding that extra layer of control with Mixamo control rig. All right, now I hope you're inspired to go out and create your own character animations now. And if you want to take a crack at animating that penguin, I'm going to make that penguin character available for download for free at my website, iDesign.com. Just go on over to the resources tab to find it. And while you're there, and if you're not sick of me yet, you can check out my collection of over 150 free Cinema 4D tutorials there as well. Also, you saw that waiting can be a pain, which is exactly why I created Bendy Limbs, which allows you to rig up characters super fast without the need for waiting. And you can find out more about Bendy Limbs on my products page. And if you want to check out more of my work, including other characters with giant eyeballs, head on over to my Instagram page. And if you're a beginner looking to get serious about learning Cinema 4D, definitely check out my course on School of Motion called Cinema 4D Basecamp that will basically teach you 3D from the ground up. And if you have experience using Cinema 4D but looking to take your skills to the next level, I highly recommend taking my advanced Cinema 4D course called Cinema 4D Ascent, where you will learn things like third-party rendering and even how to model and rig up your own character from scratch. You can find out more about both of those courses and all of our course offerings by going to schoolofmotion.com and heading over to the courses tab. Now I want to give a huge shout out to Maxon and Matthias for having me, and a big thank you for all of you watching. I hope to see you again soon. Bye everybody.
Welcome back to the show, fam. I am here with the one, the only EJ Hassenfratz. Woo!
Hey.
EJ, welcome, brother. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Everybody?
Great stuff. I can never get enough of the Mixamo tweaks, and working now with the control rig, it is super awesome. It gives so much more flexibility. That always was an annoyance for me, is working with Mixamo. It's like, I just needed to do this one little thing different, and nope, can't do it. I gotta, break everything. So that's awesome. Thank you so much for that. We do have some questions coming in. First question is, so to make the penguin walk some considerable distance, I have to manually move the pivot and frame pin it accurately, and for each subsequent motion cycle away from the world, I guess the world center. Is that right?
Yeah, so there's a couple things there. Number one, every time you create a pivot, it starts from world 0, right? So you can either create a pivot manually without clicking that button in the motion clip. In the motion clip, and that is just going to be created at 0, 0, 0. So you do have to then manually position that. And you do have to get fairly accurate as far as overlapping, so you don't get that slippage that I showed in the presentation. So there is a little bit of that. Now you can, and I don't know if I showed this, but you can actually change the ease in, ease out between those two blendings. You can make it linear. You can adjust the curves with the spline editor. Now, another thing I wanted to point out as well is it was kind of a pain to loop the walk, So one thing you could do is, instead of having exporting out from Mixamo the walk cycle where it's actually walking, you could just have it walk in place and just have a loop. Export that out, and then what you could do is basically just loop that motion clip over and over and over again, so it's walking in place. And then what you could do is, instead of using pivots, you just literally keyframe that character, and then you just have to match the movement of the walk with how it's moving along the X axis or whatever direction you may have that character walking. So you don't want to have it like going like this and it's not matching up. Like, you want to have it like match up where it's actually not, the feet aren't slipping on the ground, where it's walking like this and walking too fast. So you do have to time out that kind of thing, but at least you don't have to make a ton of pivots. But for the workflow that I did, like, I just needed to loop it like 3 times, so it wasn't that big of a deal. So that is an alternate workflow there.
Yeah, little bit of tweaking as you do. It's just one of those things.
So in Mixamo, you can click on, there's a checkbox that says in place, and you can do that for any animation. You can have it walk, or actually go somewhere, or just have it stay in place there.
Yeah,
a lot of options in Mixamo.
have everybody on ice skates if you like. Keep them in place and move them all over your scene.
They do have a
super weird.
moonwalk in Mixamo as well, which I almost considered for this.
That's appropriate. All right, let's see here. Somebody wants to know, can you use the control rig to make an infinite walk forward?
So for that, if you do want an infinite walk forward, what I would recommend you do is rig up the character using the character object and then using C motion, because that workflow is pretty powerful as far as just a walk.
Yeah,
because
walk
what you
cycles
can
are great.
do is just apply a looping walk cycle to it. Another cool thing you can do is have like draw a spline and have a character walk along the path of that spline. You can also have it walk along, like if you put a landscape object, you can actually put that landscape object in one of the fields in the C motion, and it'll actually walk on top of on top of the surface of that object, which is super cool.
You can do steps, I think it is, right? You can change it to steps and then choose.
And you can actually adjust the individual steps. Yeah, exactly.
So they might have a longer step in between. It's if you guys haven't played with the C motion, walk cycles and rigging too, that's really good. If you're doing anything like continual like that, it's super cool. Very quick
Check out
as well.
Cineversity. I think Cineversity's got some cool
C motion, the letter C motion. And for my team, my team, if you guys are listening and you find any tutorials on that, just shoot them over to the fam online in the chat. There it is. Look at that. EJ helping out. All right. Let's see. Any more questions in here? Wow, is that it? Come on. You guys are being so nice. I'm going to ask the question that everybody normally asks. Hey, what computer are you using?
What renderer? Oh, what I do, and just in case, let me, I don't know if your people want to post a link, but I do have my Penguin model available for download on my website.
Oh, yeah.
If people want to try out.
Sure, I'll post it in there for everybody.
Sweet. Yeah.
Or you can just, put it to me in Skype and I'll send it to the folks right now.
Yeah. So if people want to make their own dancing penguins and stuff, they can knock themselves out. Textures included, all that good stuff.
Free penguin coming your way, folks. Get ready for it. Want to see your best
You get a penguin, and you get a penguin.
I need to see your best penguin Mixamo animations very quickly. So there it is. Free penguin.
What's the best IPA to sip on when you render? Any IPA.
Well, I have to say this is probably one of our shorter Q&As. I think, people are getting a little bit either intimidated. I think you're intimidating the audience, EJ, with your hat. It's the hat. I think you're getting a marriage proposal. Someone's asking you if you're married. What software again? This is Cinema 4D.
What software am I married to? Yeah.
It's Cinema 4D. Here's a good one. Best tips for optimizing large files. What do you got? What do you got for your tips?
Use layers, use instances, use render instances if you're cloning and stuff like that. Bake everything to geometry, so generators are always calculating. So if you have a lot of generators in your scene, you want to definitely make that stuff editable. I always save a backup copy of all my generator. Like I hate making things editable. It makes me anxious because I'm like, I always want to go back to that. So a really great workflow for that is just, if you want to make something editable, create a copy of that object that still has the generator and all that stuff and deformers. Make a copy, create a new layer, and I'll just name it like backup, backup layer, and then drop everything in there, and then you can just hide that layer in the contents of that layer from your object manager hierarchy. You can turn off all the calculations of the generators, the deformers, and all that stuff, and that's a really great way to keep things organized. Like I do like little polls every now and then asking like, who uses layers and who doesn't, and I'm surprised by the amount of people that don't use layers at this point. And I always say like, not using layers is kind of like never using pre-comps in After Effects. It's like you should be using layers. Like if you're not using layers, use them and learn about them.
Yeah, Layers, folks. Getting organized helps the entire production pipeline. It really does. And if you ever go back, you will not hate yourself. If you go back into some of your old scenes and you haven't used layers, you won't like yourself. Like, I would never work with this person. Don't be the person that you don't want to work with. Be that person that uses layers. Friends don't let friends not use layers.
There's also a great, let's see. There's also a great article or blog post from 2013 from Matt Frodsham. And I can actually, let me post
Give me
this.
that one. I'll post that.
And it's from 2013, but it's like all about how to optimize your scene. And it's called Cinema 4D Scene Speed, and goes through like all these different methods of optimizing your scene, gaining back your scene speed. And it was made 7 years ago, but it's still applicable to today. Super cool.
All right, speed up your scene. Here, folks. I just posted that in the chat, so if you guys are listening, go ahead and open that in another tab. Don't leave and shut this off. Leave this running and just save that for later, okay? You don't need to optimize your scene right now. Somebody was wondering, what was it like working with the one and only what up, Jonathan Winbush?
Oh, it's fun. It's even more fun to play Smash against him. We play Nintendo Smash every Saturday for the past few Saturdays, which is fun. And he's just one of the nicest guys. And it's one of those things where it's like, it's so good to be in this community of art, 3D artists that are so passionate about sharing all their knowledge. And just like, he's trailblazing, man, like all the Unreal stuff. And it's, his excitement's palatable, and I love having personalities like him in this industry. And he's also from Pittsburgh, like myself, so there's always that.
So hometown. Somebody's wondering if you're excited for the new Max, or you don't care anymore.
Man, I don't know. Ask me how excited I am when they give us the price tag of those things, because
aren't they shipping? They might be shipping. Check it out.
They're shipping. Yeah, they've got the iMac Pros, but I don't know when the next Mac Pros with their new chips are coming out. So.
Oh, okay. You want the tower? You want the big one, huh?
Yeah, I still got my trash can over here. Rocking and rolling.
Keeping it trashy, folks.
Keeping it trashy. There it is.
Somebody wants to know, you ever tried this with a mocap suit? So have you worked with any mocap data?
Too fat for mocap suits, man. No, I mean, Which goes into the next question: is your favorite beer? No. Yeah, that's the reason why I can't fit a mocap suit, because I have too much beer. No, That's if you haven't checked it out, Winbush has a few tutorials out, I think, about mocap. There's Rococo, I believe, and I think those mocap suits are kind of expensive. So I don't know, maybe when everything gets a little less crazy, we can, because I don't think it's advisable to share mocap suits in this day and right now, So
yeah. All right, let's see here. Do you recommend going to graduate school or using online courses to learn?
Well, it's kind of the thing where it's like you could pay a lot of money for a Mac Pro, but I would say it's really up to you. How do you work? I don't really recommend going to art school if you're going to be in massive amounts of debt, especially how many people in the chat right now are self-taught? Like, I know that everything I know right now is not because of what I got taught in college. And luckily I went to a college that was super cheap. But it just kills me to see all these students going to art school and they're paying as much as someone would want to pay to go to Harvard. Something's wrong there. And that's just a general higher education problem. But even more so with 3D artists, because while you go to Harvard, you could be a lawyer, you could be a doctor, you can be all these high-paying careers. And newsflash, motion designers do not make as much money as lawyers. So there's no justification to be paying the same amount of money to go to a college as a lawyer would or a doctor would. So I say, if you do want to go to school, go to a cheap one, get out and then do your self-teaching thing and go to places like School of Motion and take all those classes there. Because you could take every single class at School of Motion and it would be less than 1 semester at one of these art schools. So if you're self-motivated, there's no especially now, like we're all at home anyway. So what are you even paying for? You're not even getting the in-person experience. So
well,
it's
you're
like
online learning anyway. So
yeah, and it's
just
big
choose
thing.
the right courses.
Yeah, and
the
it's just
right
this
price.
thing where it's like we're really finding out how much value is in that in-person experience, because what you're getting, even if you're working from home, is access to the professors, you know? So what you're saying is that actually access to the knowledge is not that important, I guess. It's all about the in-person stuff. So when you put it that way, well, it's like, well, then if it's all about access to the knowledge, you can do that stuff online anyways, you know?
Yeah. All right. Somebody is wondering, oh, this is the quick question is, what about the take system? Is it worth learning? And I'm just going to say, definitely.
Yeah, it's like layers for rendering, you know? Like you have multiple project files, especially if you do a lot of iteration, if you work in broadcast graphics where you have a lot of titles, 3D titles, where you're literally just like typing in different 3D titles and rendering out the same thing. Like you could create one project and create different takes, and in each of those takes just change out whatever you need to do, whether it be the colors of the lights, the color of the materials, and all that stuff will be saved in an individual take. And takes are basically like projects within a project, like project inception.
Yeah, instead think of it as like saving your file. So any version of that file, you have another saved version all within that file. So instead of like, oh, I'm gonna do a different camera animation on this. Oh, I'm gonna save this out of camera animation 2/ whatever for that scene. You can just save that all as a take. So you can have a number of different camera moves, a number of different background elements. You can change out everything. So yes, the answer is yes, you definitely want to learn that. Somebody was wondering, I think we'll close out with this if I haven't seen any others populate. I was also told that you are low-key a comedian, so people like your humor, apparently. Let's see. R23 with animation included or prefer the workflow with Mixamo? Oh, so have you been using the built-in animations with the content browser and going through the
motion transfer system stuff? So
yeah, have you worked with that at all?
I haven't because I don't believe it works with. I'll have to try this. Like I'll have to try and see how well it does with a penguin character like that. I do know that.
Penguin.
Yeah.
That's the standard for EJ's animation. It's
yeah,
like,
it's got to
can
pass
it work
the
with my penguin?
test.
This is. Can I throw
penguin
this
test.
BX animation on my penguin? Well,
like, yeah, you have the Octane bench and then the penguin bench score.
Penguin bench score. How does this weight? How do you weight my penguin?
I'll have to go back and I'll give a shout out to Chris Schmidt because he's the only one I've seen actually like doing cool stuff with all that stuff. And I think the one demo he did, I don't know if it was for the 3D motion show or not, but he showed his little robot, his little like Wall-E looking robot, and he used the motion transfer thing there. So I would assume that it could work. I just haven't messed around with it too much yet.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, if you guys are looking for, just click on the archives if you're on the 3D motion show, and you can see Jonathan Winbush's presentation, his Unreal, his mocap animation workflow with Cinema and Unreal, and then also you can check out Trish Schmidt's presentation where he covered a lot of the different R23 goodies there. All right, let's jump in and see more question. Specialize or generalize? What do you think? Somebody wants to know, should you generalize or specialize?
I mean, it's all up to what you like to do. I've seen artists that specialize like Jess Herrera, and she just does character animation, character modeling, and she gets a ton of work. And then I see other people that are very general, and they get a lot of work as well. But it's one of those things.
The answer is both. Do both.
Yeah, it's both. It's up to you. It's like asking which render should I use? Well, it's a personal preference. Like, what do you want? Do you enjoy doing everything, or do you just enjoy doing one thing? Like, I know I don't like X particles or doing particle work stuff. So like, I don't want to learn that. It doesn't interest me. So what I do is I'll create the type of work that I enjoy doing and put that on my reel, put that on Instagram. So if I do get hired, it's for those types of things. It's like, unless you like tinkering with everything, like, because especially when I was just starting out, like I came from a news background, so I was just literally animating 3D type over and over and over again. And it's not like I liked doing it because I did it so much, but yet that was all that I was getting hired for because that's all it was showing. So you have to ask a question like, well, what do I like to do? What about client work did I really enjoy the most? And should I focus on building up those skills? Because there's benefits to both. But if you want to specialize, like, you got to be good at what you do, and definitely promote yourself.
Most people will start off, I mean, you should have a general knowledge of the pipeline. So getting at least generalized there. But I think what you're saying is totally on par. It's like, if you're going to be spending a lot of time doing something, advertise what you like. If you like modeling, then show that a lot. Like, hey, my models, and then specialize in it. Because if you're a generalist, you might end up working on projects that are all over the place and you don't like certain parts of it. If you're a specialist, other people will call you to do that part of the project, and that's it. So just look at that as far as lifestyle. Some people like to do it all. Sometimes it's fun.
Yeah, some people don't like being limited to just a certain thing, which I totally get,
Yeah, so it's really a personal question. Do you want to generalize or specialize?
Whatever you do, just be good at that thing, and you'll get hired. And promote yourself. Like,
be really good.
Just get good. Come on.
Come on, be awesome. First
Mr.
rule,
Penguin says, get good.
Get gooder. All right. So, personal question: was motion design your first choice, or did you ever consider an alternative career?
So, not really. I mean, when I went to college, I honestly had no freaking clue what I wanted to do because motion design wasn't really a thing in the year 2000. I feel like students these days, like, they have a definitive, I mean, there's so many things that you can get into as far as the world of motion graphics because it covers so many things like VR, and now we got crypto art and all these different avenues of creating it. When I got in the industry, like, you just created for broadcast and that was about it. Now you have like VJ graphics, you have sports graphics, you have projection mapping, you have drone shows, you have AR, VR, Adobe Aero, you have, I mean, it's crazy. User interface stuff. Yeah, it's definitely crazy. But when I went to college, I was just like, I know I like to draw, and my dad and my uncle worked in news graphics. So like I would just go to work with them sometimes when I was a kid and just play around on their like giant paint boxes and just draw and stuff like that. And I was like, you know what? I'll do that because I'm not going to make money drawing. So I just decided like I'll go into news graphics and started learning After Effects and started learning Cinema 4D, and that's when I was like, yep, I like Cinema 4D, I like 3D. Let's do that thing.
Yeah, you started off in MS
It was
Paint.
definitely not pre-planned for sure. And that's one of the things where if you don't know what the heck you want to do, like college really didn't help me discover that. It was actually working at an internship that helped me with that.
Yeah. So you started off with MS Paint and said, this is what I'm going to do. Be an MS Paint specialist.
Yeah, exactly.
Specialize.
Actually, you know what I love? When I was a kid, remember Mario Paint? Where you have like the mouse pad and stuff? Like, I love the heck out of playing that game. So maybe that kind of telegraphed some stuff. Because all that was like a Wacom tablet for the Nintendo.
That's all they needed. All right, so let's see here. Somebody is wondering, what is your pipeline like when creating tutorials? Do you wing it on the fly, or do you generally put together an outline or a mix?
I've discovered through making 2 courses for School of Motion that strict outlines are just not like it starts out with me following it and then like just going off onto my own tangent. I feel like when I get into the flow, that's where, like, I don't like I think it's all like everyone's personalities, and this kind of goes back to the school question. It's like, do you thrive with a lot of constraints and a lot of structure, like going to class and da da da, or do you thrive when you're on your own, tinkering, stuff like that? And I definitely thrive when I can just be all loosey goosey and just kind of go off the cuff. And it's I forget who I was talking to Winbush about this on one of our streams, and I was like, it's hard to, like, once you get in the flow and like all your dumb dad jokes start coming out, like it's hard to recapture that magic, the dad joke magic, if you screw it up and you have to redo that part again where you're like, oh, should I just force in this joke that I told the first round, like first draft did?
Force it out and be really not funny.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just force it in. But I would say my tutorials are like, I have a basic outline, and then like, I'm just super loosey goosey and just kind of roll with it, because if I'm always worrying about like, oh, I got to get this perfect and I need to say this specific sentence this way, that's when I really start to trip myself up.
All right, we do have a couple more, and we have time for it. Let's see here. Logan asked, what do you do for your inspiration for all your cute tunes? Yeah, what inspired all the cuteness, like big monster sports and cute penguins?
Monster.
Yeah.
I would say definitely all like the Japanese kawaii cute character art stuff, and I think I started going down this route when I went to Japan in 2014. Thankfully, with the help of Maxon and Maxon Japan. But like, I just think they have just characters for everything. Like their road cones, they don't have road cones. They have little anime characters holding flags, So it's just like, this is like the road barrier kind of stuff. So like, this is crazy. And I always, when I got into drawing and stuff, like it was because I was obsessed with Japan. And I feel like that's a kind of like, as a designer, you just have to be obsessed with Japan for some reason. But like, I always was drawn to that kind of art. And like, to this day, like I'm still a Nintendo person because of just all the character designs and all that bright, colorful stuff. Like, that's why I'm not on PS4 or 5, because I don't like to shoot people all day online. But that's just always been like a direction I've gone. And only recently did I really start getting into character stuff. And I stumbled onto it because I wanted to get better at animation in general. So I started animating inanimate objects and making them into these fun, whimsical animations. And then I slapped eyeballs on them, and I was like, hey, this is, a step away from character work. And then I just started getting into that, and actually started following a lot of artists online that were, either Japanese, or actually I found like a bunch of South American artists that have really, really cool style. Like if you want to see some artists that inspire me, Aaron Martinez and Gran Chamaco. I can send you those links. But they kind of like, break. I love their character styles, and really it's making the Instagram algorithm work for me, trying to find all these other cool character artists. But yeah, that's kind of, I don't know how I stumbled upon the giant eyeball thing. I just kind of maybe did it once, and I was like, that's fun.
Let's put googly eyes on everything.
Yeah, just googly eyes.
Big eyes make things cute.
Yeah, I mean, it's
probably Puss in Boots from Shrek. Yeah. And it's like, oh, okay. Yeah, that makes everything cute.
Yeah. So, I mean, really, how I stumbled upon it was just creating work. And it's not like you have to discover your own style, because even now I'm like, I don't like, giant eyeballs are a style, I guess. I don't know. Like,
it's a style now.
I feel like if you say you have a style, it implies that you know what the hell you're doing, or that you, which I feel like I have no clue.
You're getting there. Giant eyeballs is a start.
Well, one of the things that it does help you do is, like, if you do decide on like, okay, this requirements, giant eyeballs, at least when I do character design, at least I have that I can kind of work around, because I know that it's really easy to get stuck if you just have all the I could make this character in so many different styles, like how do I do it? Right. And then ultimately I just won't do anything because nothing will look good enough. But if I'm always trying to get towards like, okay, if this is going to be my style, I'm going to try to develop that out, and at least I can refine it that way. So I'm still in that process. Like, it's hard because I barely know how to 3D model. Like, it took me an embarrassing long time to just make this damn penguin character. So nice. That's why, like, people like Jess Herrera and stuff like that, I am so in awe, because if you think about all that it takes to be a good character artist, number one, you have to come up with the concept. You have to actually design the character and sketch it out or something. Number two, you have to model that character. Number three, you have to rig that character and weight it and do all that junk that I just showed in the presentation. And then, by the way, you have to animate it so it looks good. So, like, there's 4 different skills that you really have to, not even mentioning like UV unwrapping and texturing and stuff like that. Like, those are a lot of hard skills that are wrapped up in one. Yeah. So I'm still stumbling through that. Also took me an embarrassing long time to just UV unwrap this and just to get the little white part of the body. Like,
you gotta find.
I'm working through it.
Model better, so then you can have easier loops.
Yeah, just keep having Jess Herrera on here so she can just teach me all of the things. Yeah.
We'll close out on this one, and this is a personal career question, and that's: have you experienced burnout in your career?
Yes. So I think we all go through this, and some people go through it way more than others, because we love what we do, right? And we can easily get taken advantage of because we do love what we're doing. All I ask is that if you are burning out all the time, please raise your rates if you're freelance. Like, why we get kind of screwed over as artists is because we don't have that business mind. Like, we feel bad when we charge more because we don't see the value in ourselves because of this constant imposter syndrome. And let me tell you, I have imposter syndrome. I don't think I'm very good at tutorials. I don't know why I'm here right now. But like, we all go through this, right? And I don't know if me saying that makes anyone out there feel any better, but like, I tell you what, I just put out this Cinema 4D Ascent course, and man, it was hard. It's very hard, but it's one of the most rewarding things I've done in my career, is making these giant courses. And when you're done, like when it went on sale, I'm just like, no one's gonna buy this. Like, no one wants to hear me. I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I don't know any of this stuff. So I think circling back around to burnout, is I think we burn ourselves out because of our imposter syndrome, and the only way that we feel we can convey value is just by kicking our own butts day in and day out. And that's the only way we feel better about ourselves, and we got to get away from that. Like, we have value outside of the hours we put into a client project, because if we're killing ourselves for every single client project, like, number one, what other projects are you missing out on because you're spending too much time on this one thing, and you're actually you're lowering your hourly rate because of the sheer amount of hours you're putting into this one project. And then what are you losing out on as far as like personal development? Are you always on client work and you're like, oh, I wish I could do this like a personal project or learn this thing, and like, you just never have that time to just relax and breathe. And I think we need to take way more time to be very introspective and just realize how much we've accomplished and feel good about that. Like, even if it's learning a new, like, one thing I have to say all the time, or think to myself, is like, if I want to learn Houdini, like, that's too hard. But it's like, then I have students that come and take my course and they look at Cinema 4D and it's like, 3D is just way too hard. Like, holy crap, like, how did you learn that? And you're like, oh yeah, like, I feel comfortable in 3D. I learned 3D. I learned how to do all this stuff, and I can do that again if I want to learn something else. So it's always looking back and appreciating what you've accomplished, giving yourself credit for it allowing yourself to take credit for it, and then getting enough confidence to build on and achieve other goals. And when you have success, like, you earned it. Don't feel bad about it.
Yeah, no, that's a big deal. I mean, I was just looking at a quote yesterday, and it's, for those of us who have imposter syndrome, we under promise, over deliver. And those of us who are full of ourselves or have a bunch of ego, over promise and under deliver. So it's really finding that healthy balance that is going to, you're still going to deliver, but then you can still find value in yourself. And just as artists, that is a constant struggle. That we have this big nerd family, luckily, that, people like you and everybody else is sharing. It is crazy because I have, so many people on the show, and we have had so many people at Maxon and the Maxon booth when we were meeting, traveling the world. I was out there with you. We weren't burned out then. This is more burned out sitting at home than it is traveling to meet all of our fellow artists around the world. But, some of the people that you and I are looking up to are feeling like imposters.
Yeah.
And it's hilarious. It's just like, wow, this is an epidemic before the lockdown. Like, this has been a problem in our community for a long time. So thank you for your sharing on that. And up next, we actually have Sarah. Sarah was actually one of your students. I think she went through your program. So we'll be back here with Sarah Gibson. So stay tuned for that. Thanks again, EJ. We'll see you guys right after this break.
Thanks, Matthias. Thanks, everybody.
Shake it up, beat through, work it out, do you.
Show me just what you got.
Shake it up, beat through, work it out, do you. Shake it up, beat through, work it out, do you.
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea. the desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. The freedom to create for all.
What up? Winbush here, and today I'm excited to tell you guys about my brand new course, Creating the Unreal, a motion graphics guide to Unreal Engine. I'm going to show you guys how you can integrate Cinema 4D so you'll be crazy comfortable in no time. So we're going to start by exploring the marketplace, and then from there I'm going to show you guys how to set up a scene. We're going to get familiar with the content browser, the viewports, how to set up the sequencer for the timeline, and then from there we're going to get into lighting, texturing, rendering. I'm going to show you how you can integrate Quixel Bridge with Unreal so you have access to that full library of surfaces and 3D models and everything else that they have on there. And so if this sparks your interest even a little bit, then this course is just for you. So go to Mograph.com, click on classes to sign up, and I'll catch you on the flip side. Let's create the Unreal together.
Toolfarm makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Welcome back to the show, fam. My name is Matthias, aka Major VFX, here at Maxon Studios in Los Angeles, showcasing some of the amazing artists from around the world. Just finished up with EJ Hassan-Fratz. And now we're going to go to one of his students, Sarah Gibson. So check her out.
Hi everyone, my name is Sarah. I'm a freelance animator and motion designer located in St. Louis, Missouri. I'd like to send out a huge thank you to Maxon and Matthias for giving me this honor to be here. I am so excited to be here and I can't wait to show what I have in store for all of you. But before we get to that, let's go ahead and check out my latest reel.
And I'm on a roll.
You thought it was a sonic boom, 'cause I'm the loudest style in the room. You thought you were in paradise, and you know what? You just might be. Huh? They wanna shake things up, but we got it under control, yeah. They thought I was all shook up, but I got it. And I'm on a roll.
So that was my reel. Again, I just want to say a huge thank you to Maxon and Matthias for inviting me to be here. I am so excited, so let's get this ball rolling. I'm sure that about 99.9% of you have no idea who I am or anything about me, so I'm going to give you a little bit more of my background. I grew up in a very small town called Labadie. It's about an hour outside of St. Louis. I grew up fishing, climbing trees, digging for dinosaurs because I wanted to be a paleontologist, which sounds like I had a very active imagination, and I do, but actually there are a lot of fossils around where my parents are. I would find rocks with, like seashells. I didn't find dinosaurs. I found, prehistoric fish and crustaceans and stuff like that. Stuff that's cool, but not that cool. All right, so I always loved art. In high school, I took every single art class they had, which there was a lot. The only one I didn't take was wood carving. That didn't really interest me. Then I went to the University of Central Missouri, which actually isn't central, it's closer to Kansas City, and I started out as an illustration major, and my sophomore year I switched to graphic design and I got a minor in creative writing. There was one class when I was there was one class for motion design, and I didn't take it. There was an option to take that or HTML coding, and I thought I would get more use out of the coding class, which I didn't. So, yeah. After college, I then graduated, and I worked at a publication for years, and when there wasn't really any way for me to move up, and it just wasn't very challenging for me anymore. I was towards the end, when my boss was on maternity leave, I was doing her job and my job, and I was just like, I can do this with my eyes closed now. So I started looking for a new job, and during that time I created a website for myself, and I made my first little intro animation, which was very, very simple. It is nothing exciting, but I was like, that was really fun. So when I got my new job, what had come up during the interview was that I was interested in learning some more motion and animation. And Brian Singler worked with me. He is a colorist at Bruton Strobey now. And he was very supportive. And so what I did was I watched a bunch of tutorials. I just made something. And I was working at a health supplement company, so I made something super simple, yet it was super hard for my Mac with 4 gigabytes of RAM to handle because I used Liquify in After Effects, which is crazy to do. There was a lot of moving something and then just waiting like 5 minutes. Well, maybe not 5 minutes, but it felt like 5 minutes for the computer to catch up, and then I would move something again. But so I made something, and then I just presented it to my boss. I was like, look, we can do like these little animated things for social media. And the things I made just got so much more engagement than anything else. So I sort of built my job into being able to explore motion design. And then they actually paid for me to take a couple After Effects classes, which were at St. Louis Community College. They do these like full day, so it's just like a full day. There was 2 full days where I spent learning about After Effects, and the first one I basically already knew all the basics, so that class was really easy. The second class I learned a couple new tricks, and then after that I still remember the first 3D animation that I saw that made me want to learn Cinema 4D. And it was this PayPal animation, and everything was still flat and like paper and moving around. And I thought, wow, that is really cool. And since we had a copy of Cinema 4D, I went down the hall to Brian Singler's office and got it and installed it on my Mac and started messing around with that. And then they paid for me to take a class from Grayscale Gorilla with David Brodeur. That's actually where I first learned all the animation principles. At the end of that class, I made my first reel, and I landed a full-time position at Vidzoo. And I was there for almost 3 years, and now I'm full-time freelance. So that's basically my journey to where I am now. So before I dive into the overview of what I'm going to be talking about today, I'm going to explain part of the title. So panning for gold is an actual thing. Like if you Google it, it's, you have a pan and you're dipping it into a river or a stream and sifting through the soil looking for gold. If you have watched The Ballad of Buster Scruggs, a man is panning for gold, so that's a good recent example of how it works. When I say panning for gold, I'm referring to the technique I was taught by my creative writing teacher in high school. His name is Chuck Bright. The basic idea is that you just sit down with your pad of paper and whatever writing utensil you prefer, and you just keep writing. You write about anything that comes to mind, and you just write and write and write until you come up with a good idea or strike gold. So this is a technique that I have applied to my personal projects, and I'll get more into this as we go along. This is the overview of what I'm going to be covering today. We're going to start off with my sea monster animation, which I have called Hook, and we're going to just cover basically everything about that short. Then we're going to cover a little bit of my yellow submarine animation, where I'll talk about using Trapcode particular in post, as well as how to create giant kelp. Then we're going to finish off with my Uoma black magic lipstick animation, and I'll show you how to make some really fluffy 3D feathers. All right, let's get the ball rolling and watch Hook. All right, so that was Hook. And the backstory of Hook was I was using daily inspiration things like, you know, there's like, oh, it's pizza day or whatever. Well, it was fishing month. So I created this 3-part series. I started off making the hook first, then I did the head, then I finished off the body and created Cece. Yes, Cece the sea serpent. She's based off an anglerfish and eel. And if you know anything about anglerfish, you know she has to be female. And if you're curious about that, I will answer that in the Q&A. But we got to keep going. So I created the series and I thought, hey, this would be a really cool short. So I sketched it out and then I created this animatic, and I'll just scrub through it. So it stayed pretty true to how it ended up. There's just one more scene that was added, and the fish weren't originally in my storyboard. They were added in. Cece was a little bit more curling when she came up because I liked the idea of her being like curled like a snake. That didn't really work out with my rig, so she's more kind of swimming up. But yeah, so, and there's the swim by and the bite. And then the post-credit scene, which also changed a little bit. So, but yeah, so that is my very simple sketched out animatic. So I made the animatic and then I started modeling all the pieces. Everything that's in here is all modeled by me. I didn't use any stock. I made everything, even the fish. All right, so this is my main CC rig. This is actually where I tested her rigging. So if I press play, you can see how she moves. Now, the cool thing about this rigging setup is that I'm actually only animating this spine joint right here. It's all dynamically linked with IK, and see the dynamics is enabled, and these are the settings. But so it is enabled from this joint all the way to the joint at the end, and there are 80 plus joints in this thing. So she is long and complex, but actually, like animating wise, it's pretty simple because all I'd have to do is animate this point and then animate the joints for her mouth. All right, so that is the main CC rig. Now that you've seen how she's set up, let's go ahead and build one together. So let's do File, New Project. Let's go ahead and just grab out a cone. Yeah, let's grab out a cone. And we'll rotate it 90 degrees. I was holding down Shift, it helps you snap. Let's make it really long. Let's make this end a little bit less ginormous. Okay, let's switch to quick shading with lines. And we're not going to go too crazy, but we're going to need more height segments than that. Okay, let's go ahead and throw that into a subdivision surface. Cool. All right, I'm gonna go into our views and we're gonna go, we'll start with the right. Character, joint tool. I'm gonna throw one here. There we go. You gotta hold down Control to get the first one there. And let's turn off the subdivision surface. It's making it too complicated. Okay. I'm gonna put one at every break. And I know they're not all perfectly aligned, but we will fix that soon. Let's see how many joints we end up with. Yeah, we'll do 2. There we go. All right, so we've got 24 joints. This thing, which I don't know what it is, but I'm sure it's gonna look creepy after we rig it and make it move around. Let's select all the joints. Joint align tool. Let's jump into another view. Okay. Let's start clicking through. See? Yep. They're all pointing up. They're all aligned. That's important. That's just good practice for good rigging. All right. So that's happened. Now, let's go ahead and make this cone editable. We can turn the subdivision surface back on. Let's select that. So I'm going to click this. I'm going to select children. Close that. Also, select that. And back into character. Bind. And now, let's double check. Yeah, it's gonna freak out because it's, yeah, that's not really what we want to do, but that's a good way to check that, yeah, they are connected now. Okay. Now I'm going to click this. Rigging tags, an IK tag, and basic tag end is going to be joint 24. I'm going to add a goal. And there's the goal. If I move that, things happen. Alright, but I know it's not doing that undulating thing that it was doing before. Let's go back in here, and that's because we need to enable dynamics. Now, do that, and then I move this, and it moves around. Not very well, it's kind of falling a lot. I'm going to pump up the drag. Let's move it back down. If we press play, you'll see that it's moving around a bit. Rotation hold. I think we had that at 80. Drag at 100%. And let's move it this way and see what happens. There we go. So that's looking pretty cool. We can also move this to make it work. Once we have a goal. Creepy. Tentacly. Alright. So that's the basic idea of how I rigged CC. So if you guys use that and start making creepy tentacles or snakes or something, be sure to tag me because I'd love to see it because those are fun. Okay, let's move on. So you're probably thinking, wow, this is a really cool rig. And it is. But there are some drawbacks. So I'm going to show you that now. Let's go to scene 6. Scene 6 is what I call the money shot, and this is where she goes in and bites the hook. Now the problem with the CC rig, the main rigging, is that I have to do all sorts of wackadoodle things to get her in the correct position that I want her to be in. So you can see there's 100 frames until she actually gets to the position that I want her to be in. That's where I render. So you can watch. She has to do all these things, and no one sees this but me. But getting her into that correct position was a lot of, oh, let's try moving her a little bit more this way. Let's try moving her down over here so that way when she goes in, the coil doesn't go through the camera. Because that did happen a few times where her body was placed too high and it would go right through the camera, which doesn't look good. So here we go. This is the good shot because we've got that really nice curl of her body and then she's going up, and I really love this coil, kind of like a snake positioning that I managed to create. But so that is the downside of the IK dynamic rigging that I created for this. So I'm sure now you're probably wondering, how did I get CC to flip the boat over? That was done with a different rig. I rigged her 2 different ways. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with the tracer system, but let's go to hook scene 7 only. And it's called that because I had scene 7 and the insert scene together, and then when I went in and did the X particle splash system that I set up, I didn't need that for the insert scene, which is what I called the scene that was added, which is, Seamus is, just fishing, having no idea while, CC is swimming upwards to get that hook. That was the insert scene. To get CC to hit the boat, I set her up with a tracer rigging, and I'm going to go more into depth of that. But to see the general idea is, so a tracer basically creates a spline using the points of nulls. And I'll show you, we'll set something up together real fast, and so you can get a better idea. But what's cool about that, so I have, CC, and she is actually rigged with a spline warp that is using a tracer. So if I click on null 8, let's go ahead and get to where she pops up, and you can see the path of the null. Let's wait for it to catch up. So that is rig number 2 of CC. And what's funny is both of these setups are combined into one rig, and that is for the fishing rod. So the fishing rod has joints, but then it also has all these nulls. So I modeled the fishing rod because, as I said, I modeled everything. So yeah, so I bend it by just pushing it back, and it creates that bend. It's not perfect, and it kind of doesn't, so it's a lot of bending it, it's a lot of pushing it back and then moving it down so it doesn't get too wonky back here. But whenever it's bending, we're not really seeing too much of this part anyway, so this works. Straighten that out. So you can see all these nulls, and then let's dive into this. Okay, so we've got all these joints, and then the nulls that are controlling the tracer. And I actually didn't do a spline warp, it's just a tracer because I just needed a line, and yeah, have it rendering as a hair with an octane tag. So that's how I achieved that. Okay, let's go back in. So you can see that there's all these nulls are just nestled in under joints, and that's why the line will move with the bend. And then I've got a bunch of nulls up here to control the end of the line when I'm casting out, and one specifically that has the hook in it, so I can animate the hook position while it's still connected to the line. So to further explain how the tracer system works, let's go ahead and make a new project. Let's grab a null and let's change it from a dot to a triangle, and let's make it bigger. And we'll duplicate it, move it down, move this down, move this down, move this down. All right, so we've got all these nulls. Now I'm going to highlight all of them. Tracer. All right, so the tracer is already doing these. So connect all objects. Type. Let's do a B-spline. And now let's go into, let's grab a cylinder. Let's make it smaller. Let's give it like 20 height segments, I guess. So it won't look too janky when we plug this in. And let's grab a spline warp. We're gonna throw the spline warp underneath the cylinder, and we're gonna throw the tracer into that, but then cylinder be that way. So now, ta-da! Magic. I mean, it's not looking too great. Let's throw it in a subdivision surface. And using tracers with spline warps is a really nifty way to easily rig long cylindrical objects. I think it's a really great trick. We're going to jump in here, and I'm going to take a moment to talk about an Octane thing, but this is important for post. So if you don't have Octane, you can tune it out. I did just get Redshift recently, so this might exist in Redshift, but I don't know at this time because I haven't had time to learn it yet. So the cool thing about Octane, one thing I really love, is one of the render passes and the info passes, and it is called the Z depth. Now, if you use this, it's really great for when you're doing your post effects and After Effects because it allows you to create a tone mapped black to white, just grayscale image of your scene, and what is white is far away and what is black is close up. So you can use that as a quick way to create like animated fog using Trapcode particular in After Effects, or you can use it to kind of easily mask things. That's something I use a lot, but before I jump into After Effects, I wanted to bring this up. So the Z depth, if you do have Octane and you do use this, you want to bump your max samples up to about 1,000, and you need to make sure this tone map type is set to tone mapped. By default, it's on linear, and if it's on linear, you're just going to end up with a white image, which is useless. You need a tone mapped image. Let's jump into After Effects and talk about some post effects on this. I used a lot of Z passes. I didn't do it in here, but I am using Trapcode particular to give this hazy fogginess around the edges. This one, as I told you, uses a Z pass, which is what's creating the foggy layers that have been added, but then still letting the pole be seen. And then I used one here, but I'm not using fog in the Trapcode particular. I'm just using floaty particles because the ocean is dirty, people, so we need to have floaties. And this is very particle heavy, so I've got the foggy, smoky, cloudlet particles with my Trapcode particular at the bottom, which is making, you know, the bottom look like it's very dark down there. There's not a lot of light. This is where the big sea creatures live, is down there at the bottom. So I have that. And then on top of that, I also have floaty particles as well. So this scene always takes a little while to render. Okay. And also the bonus of help hiding CC from the camera. So I didn't have to do two renders like I did for my rough. Here she comes. Okay. And I did a Z pass here, which if I go in, I can show it and solo it. So you see, this is what a Z depth pass looks like. And that's basically creating this luma matte. See, I've got a alpha, well, this is an alpha inverted matte, well, for that. And then this one here is a luma matte, which basically a luma matte is only using the white areas of the layer above it to go onto. So I've got double fog in this one. I've got the fog in the back, and then I added another fog layer to front, which is animating differently from the fog in the back. And it's creating kind of like this foggy vignette and just giving that feeling of total isolation as he's fishing away. And then for the swim by, I've got a little bit of fog in the corner because I wanted it to look like she was coming out of the murk. And then I've got some more floaty particles, of course. Gotta have the floaty particles. And then here is the money shot, which just has more floaty particles in it as she swims up to bite the hook. All right, I think that covers Hook. let's move on. So the next project I'm going to talk about is this animation I did for my mom. It is called Yellow Submarine, and it is called that because she's a music teacher, my mother, and she wanted to do something special for her graduating 8th grade class this past spring, since they couldn't actually graduate with COVID and everything. So she asked me if I would create a animation to the song Yellow Submarine, and it's her students singing the song, and I put all their photos in the windows of the submarine. Yeah, so it's just something nice my mom asked me to do, and I love my mother and she's very supportive of me, so of course I did it. I learned some new tricks while I was going through this, and the first one I'm going to show you is actually in this opening scene, which if I start playing it. So the cool thing about this opening scene is the smoke in the chimneys. Now I'm getting the fog from another Z-Pass, you know, my favorite thing to do, but the smoke is actually done in post. And you're probably wondering, how the hell did I do that? So I'm using Trapcode Particular. If you're not very familiar with Trapcode Particular in After Effects, is that it will emit from lights, and you can import lights from your Cinema 4D file. And if those lights are all named emitters, you can tell Trapcode Particular to emit from them. There are a couple downsides of this. While the smoke will track perfectly in the place that you have them in your Cinema 4D file, they will come out on top of other objects. So I did have to create a matte, which I'll go in here, and you can see like that's the matte for the leaves in the beginning. And I always like to use fuchsia on my mattes because then it's an obscene color, and you know, I don't know, it's just something I do. I always use magenta or fuchsia, whatever you want to call it, hot pink. I always use hot pink for my mattes, so that just helps me know by looking at my scene. So see, I even labeled the layer as fuchsia. So let's go back again. But to also help with that, I also animated the intensity of some of the lights, and by animating the intensity, it will then the smoke will start to come out, as Trapcode Particular will work with intensity of the light. So if the light is at a 0 intensity, it's not going to start emitting until it gets up from 0. So let's jump over into the Cinema 4D file, and I can show you more of this. Let me jump out of the camera. All right. So I actually only modeled one house and just threw it into a cloner. The tree is actually just a model that I downloaded, a free one, because, you know, I was doing this for my mom and I needed to do it as quickly as possible. So you can see there's a light there, smoke emitters. So I put all of the lights into a smoke emitters null just for organizational purposes, and I named them all emitters, so that way when I imported them into After Effects I didn't have to rename all of them. And I just, you know, put them in some random ones. So you can see how that works. Let's go ahead and create a new project. Just create a light. Let's just do this the quickest way possible. So call this emitter, and let me grab a camera. All right, so I'm in the camera. I've got this emitter. Now we can either move the camera or we can move the emitter. What if we did both? Let's have the emitter. Let me switch to 24 frames per second. Let's make this like 150. That should be long enough. All right, so let's have the emitter start here, and let's have it at like 48 frames. Come on, 48 frames. Let's have it over here, and at 24, let's bring it up. Just gonna throw the camera in a null. Let's pop out of the camera. All right, so the null is gonna be here, and at 48, let's have it go like through. Let's hop back into the camera. All right, so that'll get an idea. All right, file, save project as. Save this as emitter test. Okay, let's go into After Effects, file, new project. Don't need to save this. Now let's make a new composition. Sure. And let's grab that Cinema 4D file. So emitter test. Bring that in. I'm going to drop that into the comp. I'm going to extract. So it then pulls the camera and the emitter out for me. Then I just kind of get rid of that. So we've got this. You can see the emitter is moving. My camera is also moving. Let's make a new layer, new solid. Sure, it can be lime green, whatever, doesn't matter. All right, let's go to Trapcode, just particular. Emitter is going to be lights. So now it's emitting from the light. And we're moving through it with the camera. Alright, let's turn the velocity down to like 20. Let's make the emitter size much smaller so it's more focused. There we go. So now it's kind of like a shooting star. I could dive really deep into all the different kinds, but if you go into particle, there's so many different kinds of particles you can use. Right now it's a sphere. We can do a streaklet. It's a little bit different. You can use a cloudlet, which is what I use on the smoke, and you can bump up size randomness, which always makes it look more interesting. You can do all sorts of different colors. If I just put it to overlight, it's gonna default to this rainbow color ramp that it's in there. You can change the color ramp, it doesn't have to be rainbow. But as you can see, there's a lot of things you could do. So like say you had something flying around in Cinema 4D, you could render that out and you'd have a mask, and then you could import the light data if you put a light like on that, and you just don't actually have the light emitting in Cinema 4D, you just use it for its position data. And then you could add like a trail or something behind it. So that's a cool idea. But then also, as I used it with the chimneys, and I have actually used this to create trails in a project before. But yeah, so that is my Trapcode particular tip that you can use in combination with your Cinema 4D renders. So let me know if you have any questions about that during the Q&A or if this doesn't make sense. Now the next thing I'm going to talk about is my animated kelp. Now, I did make this kelp with X particles, but I did some research and development for you guys, and I figured out how to do it without it, just for you. So let's go into Cinema 4D, and Hook is still open. So, new project. I'm going to show you how to make kelp with hair. Okay, so let's grab a cylinder, and we're going to make the cylinder only like 5. Sure, 5, and we're gonna make it tall because we're making giant kelp. And we only want 5 rotation segments. Height segments, we're going to want a lot more height segments. And so I can actually see what's happening. Quick shading and lines. Okay, that looks pretty good. That's good enough for this. Okay, so let's make this editable. Let's go into our selection. And I'm gonna uncheck only select visible elements, so that way I can just select everything that I want to, and I'm gonna up my selection size. Hello. Oh yeah, I need to be in polygon selection mode. This is what I want. All right, I'll select to about there. And yeah, I could do a loop selection tool, but then I'd have to click all of them, and this is just a faster way to do it. And I'm trying to do this quickly because I've still got another project to show you guys. Okay, made the selection. Okay, cool. Select, set selection. I'm gonna call this hair because I like to label everything. All right, that's hair. Now we'll go into simulate. Hair objects. Add hair. Cool. Okay, now on the hairs, we are going to change it to polygon area, polygon center. Let's go polygon area. That's what I did last time when I did my test to make sure this would work. All right, hairs, we don't need that many. Let's go with 500. Length 50. Okay, now I'm going to jump over to my hair kelp test that I had already done, and I'm going to grab the leaf I already built for time saving sake, and then you get a preview of what's going to happen. All right, where is the leaf? There's my leaf. Okay, I'm going to turn the leaf on so you can see it. Super simple. I modeled it off a plane. I made it pointy. I kept it thin because these are going to be going under the hairs, and I always try to keep the polygons low. All right, so I need to actually say a thank you to, let me pull the window over, because I figured this out actually because of another Maxon presenter, Yambo. Yeah, he actually talked about you can generate things onto hairs, and this is actually, like, I watched this and I found that fascinating, and this is how I realized I could take the kelp that I had made with X particles and make it for you guys to not use X particles at all and still work well. All right, so we have our leaf and we have our hair, and we go into generate, and we're gonna go to instance, and then we're gonna grab the leaf into the object in the instance. Now it's gonna look funny. So we'll go back in here, access, we want X, and we're gonna leave that there. Now let's go into our hair shader. I'm gonna pull out. So you can see they're there, but they're very thin. So on the thickness, well, let's make the root like 10, and there we go. We've got leaves now, people. Look at that. And if let me hide this leaf because we don't need to see it. I hold down Alt, and if you click, then it'll do both of them at the same time. Just a little tip. All right, I'm gonna press play, and look, they all fall, which isn't what we want, but hey, they're dynamic, they're moving. Cool. All right, so on the hair, let's go into dynamics and forces. That's actually what I want. And the gravity, I'm going to turn it to 0. So now it's going to do nothing. That's okay, because now we're going to go into simulate forces, and we're going to add wind. I'm going to take this wind, I'm going to move it down, I'm going to rotate it up, holding down shift at 90 degrees. Now I'm going to press play, and now they're going to go up. So we're going in the right direction. Okay, now I'll go back to simulate forces, and let's add some turbulence. And we're gonna put the scale up, and let's press play and see what happens. And hey, look at that, we've got kelp. All right, I'm going to Control D. I'm going to change this to 24 because that's normally what I work in, and let's bring this up to like 300. So we have a longer time. All right. Da 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 da. We've got nice looking undulating kelp, and this is with using the hair, it actually creates a really nice randomness, which I like. Okay, so that looks good. Now I'm going to select the hair, and I'm going to do bake as alembic. Now it's going to want me to save. I'm going to save it in here. And there we go. And I've got that. I'm going to grab it out. I'm going to group these and call it giant kelp. Okay. Delete that. Don't need that. I'm going to group these and hide them. And press play and see it's still working. Let's go ahead and change this back to just quick shading, so that way we don't have all those lines everywhere. So that's looking pretty good. So I'm gonna move this down. Call this working. Okay, so one thing I'm definitely gonna want on the cylinder, I'm gonna want a subdivision surface. I'm going to drop that under there just to help clean that up a bit, because you know it wasn't looking nice. Alright, now let's grab a cloner. This is my favorite thing to do with alembics, is that you can throw them in a cloner. Come on, why aren't you? There we go. Alright, so then we have a field of kelp and we play it, but they're all moving at the same time. What do we do? Well, if you make another one, and this one on the alembic, I'm going to offset it by 20 frames. And then let's press play and see what happens. So now we've got a little bit of randomness. Let's add some more. Random effector, I don't want affecting Y. Let's up the variation on the X and the Z, and let's add some rotation. Not that one. Not that one either. It's always the last one I pick. Let's do like 200. Okay. And I'll press play. And if you want to add even more variation, you can then just create a couple more duplicates of the alembic and just give them different offsets. But this is a pretty quick way to be able to create a kelp field that's different, and we can just keep adding to it, make it nice and big. Yeah, so that is how you can make animated giant kelp without X particles. All right, let's check out my Unoma Black Magic lipstick animation. All right, so that is my Uoma Black Magic Carnival lipstick piece. This piece was inspired by an impulse purchase of this lipstick, which I've got the radio going on in the background. Let me turn that off. So this lipstick, I just wanted to pull this up so you could see that it is indeed super duper sparkly. I own a lot of lipsticks. I actually counted in preparation for this presentation because I was curious of how many I actually had, and I have over 20. I know, that's crazy. So anyway, I bought this lipstick because it was 50% off, and I ordered it online, and none of the online pictures did it justice. So I looked at this And I was like, this would be a really fun challenge to try to recreate the super sparkly texture. So I did. I started off first by just modeling the lipstick, and I had already modeled a lipstick before for Lipstick Day last year, just for practice and for fun. So I used that as a jumping off point. And here, I'm going to press play and just let it go through. Yeah, so I used X particles for the glitter. There's my feathers. The camera's moving in. The lipstick is floating up and opening up. And you can see there's my other camera that I cut to for the close-up shot, because that's where it gets really interesting. So that is actually a light, which is how I get that really great glint there. And I tried to just do this with texture, but I ended up just making a cloner with tiny little glittery particles that I put all over the lipstick. I'm gonna keep playing. Do-do-do-do-do. Now we're getting to the part where we pull out. So I honestly didn't really have a plan when I started this. It all started as a modeling exercise, and then I was like, oh, maybe I can come up with a way to animate this. And I mean, it's Carnival, so glitter and feathers, obviously. And there was that moment where I realized I could make feathers with hair. And this is where the other lipstick starts to come in. So how I did that was I actually just animated the first one first, and then I duplicated it, moved it back, and let me hide X particles, and there's lipstick control 1, and that is my supporting lipstick in the back. So it's actually animated with a scale right here. So that's an easy way to make something appear, and since it's right behind the other one, you don't know that it's just appearing there, just popping in. And then I just, tweaked its main animation a bit, because I wanted it kind of mirroring the placement of this one, and then I just had to tweak the texture to the other color of lipstick that is in this specific line. So let's check out my feathers. So the feather itself is actually just a cylinder that I added a taper onto, and I have a selection for the hair. If I go into polygon selection, you'll see. So I only grew hair on the edges, and then it was just a lot of brushing to get it to that look. And for rigging, I turned off the dynamics of the hair. I didn't want them moving around or hanging around like actual hair. I needed them to feel weightless and fluffy. So I turned out the dynamics, but I kept their collisions. So they're rigid, but collisions. So dynamics are still technically enabled. Did I just not? No, yeah. So they're rigid. So that keeps them from falling if you turn the rigid on. But then if they hit something, they'll still move. And I had hair tags on the lipstick just in case one of them brushed by. So I animated all the feathers by hand. There was no simulation done there. And I also threw a bend deformer, which is what, and I want to go the other direction, which just helped to give the feathers that bend, because I needed to have a bend. Feathers aren't perfectly straight. We're going to make a feather super quick. Let's grab a cylinder. Cool. Let's make it 3 centimeters radius. Let's make it 500 tall. Let's bump the height segments up to 5. Rotation segments are fine. Now let's go and add a taper. Fit to parent. Turn up the strength a bunch. All right. Current state to object. Let's lose the editable stuff. That's selected. Let's go into polygon selection mode. Select. We're going to want loop selection, as it'll save time. Where is a break? There's a break. Okay. Let's do 3. Because I did a loop, it selected them on the other side. Let's zoom back out. go back into just our regular selection tool. I'm going to turn off only select visible elements. Let's up the radius to 50 so I don't lose anything. Holding control, I deselect everything on the bottom. Nothing there underneath, nothing on the other side. Select, set selection. We're going to call this hair. Now that's still selected, we'll go into simulate, hair, objects, add hair. There we have hair. Okay, we're gonna up the guides to like, up them to 200. And we're gonna have them coming out of polygon area. I can see more of what's happening on the feather. We're going to turn on bend in the material. Where's bend? There's bend. In the thickness, that's going to change this to 0.5. So we want them to be thin. Now with that selected, let's go back into simulate, hair tools, brush. That's selected. Now look from the front of the hair-ish, and I'm gonna start just brushing them up a bit, getting a nice curve to the hairs. We're just working very quickly, and now let's start pulling them back. Brushy, brushy, brush. Let's do that on the other side. You don't want to be too severe with the feather. And remember, we want them to be fluffy. At least that's the style I was going for with these. I was kind of picturing them as cast-offs from like a boa or a costume or something. Let's go back into the hair material and let's select length. Let's do like a 50% length variation. All right, materials. Grab a glossy material. I'm going to throw it on the hair and on the cylinder. And let's throw in a gradient. Let's make it 2D vertical. And let's go blue. And minty blue. But yeah, that's a pretty good quick feather. Alright everyone, that's it for my presentation. I hope you learned something new. I'd like to again thank Maxon for inviting me to present today. It's been a real honor. If you'd like to follow me, my Twitter and Instagram are both at @SAGibsonDesign. Before we get to the Q&A, I'd like to play Vidzu Media's animation reel. I would not be the animator I am today without them. Thank you.
Welcome back, fam. We are here at the 3D Motion Show with Sarah Gibson. Sarah, welcome to the show. Good to have you.
Great to be here. I'm so excited.
You should be. You're with your nerd family now. Everything's better. Everything's better here on the show. So we have, starting off, great job overall. You covered a lot of different techniques. I really liked the use of hair for the kelp. That was my personal favorite because, and the feathers, because that's like feathers are hard. So that was really, really classy job there. So first thing is the most important question. There's a lot of questions that come through here, but then there's one question that shows up again and again, and it's very important. And that is, what are your PC specs? What are your specs on your computer? This is this ongoing question. I almost feel like we should have it like across the screen during people's presentation.
Yeah, we might, or just there could be like an ongoing blog post or something where it just lists every presenter's computer specs. But my computer, my little brother actually built mine for me because he's a great little brother. And I've got 64 gigabytes of RAM. My graphics card is a NVIDIA, however you say it.
That's right.
Quadro P4000, I want to say. I'm planning on getting another one of those, and I'm also planning on getting a second computer early next year. So this will probably become my backup computer, and then I'll get a new one.
That's not too crazy.
Have even more. No.
Good. Yeah. That's the main question. I think we all can go back to commercial break. Thanks so much for coming. No, come on, guys. More questions. Let's go. All right. Let's see. Everybody's just give me the specs. All I need is the specs. All right. So another question, and this one is definitely more National Geographic, and I like how they worded it, and is, okay, we'll take the bait. What makes her a female anglerfish? So your ocean aquatic knowledge, please share with the class.
Okay, so when I was working on this, I actually looked up references to what anglerfish, how they swim, how they move, what they look like, and I ended up on like a Nova, documentary. And I also love nature documentaries. I think it's really interesting. So actually, female anglerfish are the only big ones. The male anglerfish are tiny, and they just attach to the female and live off of her for the rest of their lives.
That's it.
So
no documentaries on the male anglerfish. Pretty boring.
They
don't look as cool.
Little tiny guys, and they just attach to her and just hang out. Yeah. Literally.
So no one's like modeling male anglerfish. You're not going to find that no one's modeling.
No, they're not interesting at all. They have no lures. They're just very boring. Yeah. Sorry, guys.
That's nature. All right. Let's see. How did you add the randomness with the kelp?
Okay, so I had exported that as an Alembic, and then throwing that in a cloner, and if you just duplicate it and offset when it'll start, like delay the frames, you can do that in the Alembic. That's how I added the randomness to that. I also used a random effector to change the rotation of them, so they weren't all facing the exact same direction, and they weren't placed specifically in a perfect grid. That's just my general way of adding randomness to like things like kelp field. Yeah.
So just a little bit of time delay to really get the leaves and everything else, but they're all synced up to the same effectors, so it keeps the flow going.
Yep.
But yeah, so that's the time delay makes a big difference, and then just random. And go back and watch it, because I think you do a good job covering it. So you can go back and watch all that good stuff. All right, let's see here. Looking back. Okay, so they're looking to start in 3D. What are some valuable advice for someone just starting out in the world of 3D motion design? What do you got?
I started at Grayscale Gorilla. I was lucky enough that my employer paid for me to take a class through them, but Grayscale Gorilla still has a lot of great tutorials, and I think they even have like an introduction to Cinema 4D series still. So that's a great place to start if you're looking to start specifically in Cinema 4D. And since you're here, I assume that's what you're doing. So that's a great place to start. I know EJ has a great class on 3D on Cinema 4D in School of Motion, and I haven't taken that one specifically, but I have taken other School of Motion classes. I've taken, I think, Animation Boot Camp as well as Character Animation Boot Camp.
Very cool.
It's a boot camp. I can't remember if it's a boot camp too, but I took the character animation class.
Very cool. And definitely check out Cineversity if you're listening. My team should be able to post that in there too. So there's a lot of different free resources too. So you can get familiar with it. So when you dive into the coursework, you're already familiar. And definitely check out some of our archives. And there's EJ actually did a Getting Started series on Cineversity. So those are some good places to help you get started. All right. Somebody is wondering, does she do a lot of C4D work at your current job or a mix of AE? So are you doing a lot of 3D, 2D?
Yeah, it took a little while to get more 3D jobs freelance-wise, but I am actually in the middle of a lot of 3D, back-to-back 3D jobs. Probably won't make it into my reel because they're he wants them simple. He wants them simple, so they're not really like showstoppers. But then also, there's also been some things I want them simple, but then I also want a realistic hand and water coming out of this faucet. So I'm like, cool, so simple, like yeah.
Simple, I mean, just like real life.
Did it. I made it. It actually wasn't that hard to do, but it was just like I think you and I have different like meanings for the word simple.
Yeah, as clients do, they have the. Oh, that's easy, right? You just press some buttons.
Yeah. So.
So so some artistic questions coming in, and that is, who have been your inspirations? So somebody wants to know, like, what are some of your artistic inspirations lately? Not back in the day, but anything inspiring you lately? Or any artists?
Yeah, well, I watch a lot of movies, probably more than I should sometimes, especially nowadays.
There's not more than you should. That's not possible. So
I don't know. It's just like someone's like, "Oh, did you see this?" Yeah, I saw it. It's all right. Or it's just but I really like finding inspiration from cinema. Like how I did the coloring and Hook is actually inspired by the opening shot in Below the Man Down, which I think is a smaller indie film, and I'd classify it as a very dark, dark humor, because the basic premise is these sisters are basically trying to cover up a murder, and they're terrible about it. They're just awful. They're the worst.
That's what gave you the tone and temperature of.
Well, it's just the opening shot. There's this boat in the water, and you can't tell where the sky begins and the water ends. And stuff. It's just like because the fog and everything. I'm like, that's it. That's how I want the opening parts of Hook to look like. I want the boat to just you can't really tell where it is. It's just there in a sea of
in space.
Yeah, in a sea of blue.
Very good. Mm-hmm. All right. Somebody is wondering about your sparkle texture. If you use a cloner for the sparkles, or was just a flat texture on the
lipstick? I believe I used a octane metallic material on that, and it was just a primitive platonic object that I made super, super tiny, and I cloned it all over the lipstick. And yeah, that's how I faked the super sparkly lipstick texture.
I think that's actually practical. You actually did it real. Like you cloned.
Yeah, I did it.
Made sparkles.
Yes, I did.
Actually, it wasn't a texture trick. You made the sparkles.
I did. I tried to do it just with the texture at first, and it just wasn't looking right. So I was like, I'm just gonna throw objects on there and make it so they sparkle. Yeah. And then I think I talked about it, but then I made the glints using optical flares in After Effects.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Some good old video co-pilot for you.
Yep.
All right. Let's see. What got you started in motion design? That's a good question.
Yeah.
Were you always on this track? Did you like, I'm doing motion design. I know it. I love it.
No.
Or what? Or you're like, all right, left turn motion design. Here we go.
Yeah. I don't think motion design really existed when I was in college. It definitely wasn't a major at my school. It might have existed other places. So I always thought that I was just going to be a graphic designer, and I was just going to, make logos, which that is like my least favorite thing to do in the world, honestly, is making logos, which I'm always having to tell my friends, like, oh, will you make a logo for me? I'm like, no. I hate making logos. I
wanted to, but never again.
Never again. It's just too much pressure. Logos to me are just too much pressure. And then I got that job at a publication, and when I was like, okay, I've been here for a while, I want to get out, and I did my website, and I kind of stumbled into motion design, and I really liked it, so I just kind of kept moving forward, and I was lucky enough that Vidzu hired me, and I got to do it full time, and yeah, now that's what I do, and I love it. It's the best.
Well, that is awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. If there's anything else you want to share, you can definitely just get me in chat with any links or anything with the folks. Somebody wanted to know, how long did it take to get to the level where you're at?
Well, I mean, okay, so I was doing it part-time when I was at that health supplement company, which is called Relive, if you're curious. They're worldwide, and they're located in Chesterfield, Missouri. So, I mean, I was there for almost 3 years, and I probably really got into it maybe after like a year of being there or so, or a few months. I don't know. I'd have to go through and see if I can find dates on things. It's hard to remember exactly when I started there, but so, and then I was at Vidzu for about 3 years, but where I really started to get good is actually when my gym closed for a while, and I was just like, well, what am I going to do? So I was like hanging out at the office late, making my little daily things. And that's when I started to really get good at that. And then when the shutdown happened, and there was just all this content coming out, and I was just like, well, if I can't go out, I might as well just hang out and watch tutorials and learn more. But yeah, so when I found out I was going freelance for the first time, because it actually wasn't my choice to go freelance, but I'm really, really happy I did. But when I first found out that I was going freelance, which then they changed their minds, but I was like, okay, like I took a day to freak out, and then I made a reel, and I hadn't made a reel in 3 years, and I was just like, wow. It's a huge difference to look at the reel that I made to get the job at Vidzu to the reel that I made then. And yeah, and it's just because I just kept pushing myself, making myself do better.
Oh, that's awesome. So it seems like you really just ramped up over the last 2 years, just more and more.
Yep, basically, yeah. It's night and day from where I was like a year ago. It's just, yeah.
Well, that's awesome. They're really enjoying your work. The community seems like you're a cool artist. So yeah, definitely appreciating your work and your style. So thank you so much for sharing, Sarah. I know a lot of folks got stuff out of this. I definitely did. So thank you for sharing those techniques. You guys stay tuned. We're going to be up next with the one and only Noseman coming up after these breaks. And one of the things I'm going to do in chat, there's a number of different updates from Red Giant, so I'm going to be putting those on, as well as a webinar in December. So if you're trying to do any deep dives, Simon is going to be doing some more of those webinars. If you haven't been on those, definitely check those out. So I'm going to be putting those in the chat, as well as what I talked about earlier with Expanza and some of those old archives that still hold up today. But Sarah, thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you guys back with the one and only Noseman after the break.
Bye, guys.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
I got down, I guess show me
Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea, the desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. The freedom to create for all.
Toolfarm makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Hey everyone, I'm Don Allen Stevenson III, and I'm inviting you to check out my new AR crash course on Mograph.com. This mini course will teach you the Cinema 4D to Spark AR workflow in under an hour. It's super easy, and you'll be creating your own filter in no time. Do you have at least an hour? Why not sign up and learn something new? Just go to Mograph.com, click on classes, and I'll see you there. All you're gonna need is an hour. Let's go.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with the one, the only Noseman. Brother, welcome to the show.
Nice to see you, literally. I can't see anyone else, but I can see you. So
nice. They're here, and they're watching. They're here, and they're watching. Yeah. So what do you have in store for us today? What do the people get to see?
Well, thanks to Dell, they actually sent me a loaner, a precision workstation. I can actually now, I've entered the world of PCs, of Windows, right? So
welcome, brother, welcome,
right, in quotes. But the thing is that as far as the experience is concerned, it's amazing. The stability, quiet, small, very high quality. So I want to thank Dell for that, because I wasn't mentally prepared to go out there and buy a PC. And that's what was necessary. So
they sponsored our last show. They've been a sponsor of the tour, and it's what I've been using on the road and all around the world. And I have to say, I've been very impressed.
Yeah, I remember.
Mobile workstation for sure.
Yep, I was using that to do the presentations last year, before the world fell apart.
Yeah.
So
how do we put it back together? What do you got to show?
Well, I'm going to show some Redshift stuff, and because now I think it was announced that the Mac version is ready for public beta.
Yes.
So more people will have access. So I'm starting to tread a bit more into the realm of Redshift. Now there are some amazing tutorials out there that cover pretty much everything, but I developed an interest to see how it works with the volumes and stuff like that. So
awesome.
A lot of the stuff I'm going to say has been covered one way or another, but I'm going to do my best to sort of simplify some ideas behind it, show a couple of workarounds for a couple of things that are getting fixed right now. So
we want to hear it in your voice. So we might have heard it before, but we want to hear it from you though. That's what it'll be.
Yeah, today I'm going to use a new phrase. My name is Scale, P-Scale, because we're going to do some particles as well. We will have time to actually, if my screen is visible, to...
Yeah, let's go ahead and jump over.
Yeah, we're going to recreate